Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back with oxygen not included. I had to take another weekend off last week. I was literally incapable of streaming and actually talking, which is, well, was the main problem. If you can't talk, it's kind of hard to stream, especially if you don't even have a camera, so I couldn't even dance for you guys. So here we are. But, yes, we are back with oxygen not included. Let's take a look in chat before we do anything else. Who do we have here? Elfie, Wolf, always first, as usual. Amigo Polar is here. William Lay is here. We have more drag words and Killjoy together with Kionis. Very nice to see you all live today. And Demetrius is here as well. Good evening to all of you. Truly appreciate all of you joining. Well, let's see what we did last time. It has already been 2 weeks again, so it's kind of hard to remember, not gonna lie. Let's see what we have going on here. King Nick is here as well. Welcome back. Glad to make the stream again, and I am glad you made it as well. Okay, last time around, that's right. We tamed this aluminum volcano right here. With slight difficulties, but it was also a trial version. That's right. It's actually completely self-powered, and we will see how this goes here during a dormancy period and everything else. That is definitely on the agenda to see how this here behaves over a little bit more time. And then on the bottom right somewhere, I believe, yeah, that's right, we did get us a second natural gas geyser in to make sure our power supply is ready to roll. And that gets us to our next victim or target, however you want to look at it. Right here we have an iron volcano, which is currently dormant. So we are definitely, most definitely going to make our way into here, trying to cool this here down a tiny little bit with all the brine that we have right here. And then we are trying to tame this one here as well, before it goes back online. That is most definitely on the agenda first. That has to happen before it goes back. That is most definitely something we want to and need to do as well. So I would argue, let's increase the priority over here a tiny little bit, just so the dupes can do it a little bit faster, and once we break through here, we can just go straight. At that point, that is, of course, going to speed up the process here a lot, and the dupes don't have to walk all the way around the top. But for that, we need a few pieces more lava. Or not more lava, more ladder. Lava we have down here. Actually, liquid phosphorus to be very precise here. Okay, oops. You got it covered. Let's dig down there. And you know what? There's actually nothing stopping us from coming all the way down here. Directly in the first place. So the dupes have access to everything else. That should be good. Not going to do space travel to another asteroid. That is most definitely also on the agenda. We are ready to go for it with our teleporter right here. But first and foremost, I just want to make sure we get this iron volcano right here, because we have no idea how long it is dormant. It could come back online this cycle. It could come back online in 50 cycles. There is no telling. So we need to make sure that we do this here first and make this here our priority. That is, of course, important. And here we also have a copper volcano that's currently dormant. I mean, at the absolute bare minimum, we should probably dig our way over there, just so we can at least research it, or analyze it, better to say, and see what exactly we are dealing with. Because if this thing here also has another 50 cycles left, that would be great. And if not, then not. Killjoy says, hi Beer, hi Killjoy, how are you doing today? And thanks for joining, my man. Hope you're having a good time killing zombies. I'm reading, don't you worry about it. Let's just go straight through here, because why not? There's not a hell of a lot here that's really stopping us. There's a little bit of water. Doesn't really matter too much, to be very honest here. Let's just put us in one piece of ladder right there. Get the job done. Plop in a couple more ladders right here in the middle, and do the same right there, just so the dupes can come along here. You know what? Let's do it all the way across here, so the dupes have a nice straight surface. They can walk up, even right here, so they don't have to jump in. They can just walk straight. Awesome. Killjoy is totally having fun. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can indeed imagine. Okay, this is all on a 9. That's as good as we can do. It will take some time alone due to distance. There is no question. And as soon as this here drops down, like I said, we can go straight. And that should fix that up relatively quickly, I would think. Okay, very good. What else have we going on here on this map? Right here we're putting in a pitcher pump. That's right. We need to fill up our evolution chamber right here. We kind of sucked that dry before. Kind of have to fix that. So let's make that happen real quick, just with a bottle lamp here. it's not that important. Those things here will die one way or another. It's just a question of time. But if you can drown him, might as well. Might as well while we're at it. Troops have to come in here. Yes, it's a little bit warm, a little bit wet, but you guys will get over it. It is just a temporary action that we have going on here, not a permanent one. So it's not that big a deal. Picking up some eggshells over here, goof, very good. We definitely need that for some extra lime. That is definitely helpful for what we are doing here right now. Okay, so far so good. And up here on the top, we still have the problem with all this heat right here. For that we need fiber, which we currently don't have. Once we have the fiber, we cannot forget we have a volcano right here, a hydrogen vent, another volcano, and down here on the bottom, another iron volcano that are all just completely open and just spewing everything, well, everywhere. Looks like our iron volcano right here is in steam, 334 kilograms. So that problem here solved itself. That is not going to erupt again anytime soon. And it looks like the same is true for our volcano over here as well. And then last, this one here is also at 259 kilograms, but this one here has exposure to space. So we are losing a tiny little bit of steam. And eventually it will come back online, even though it's currently dormant. So that's what we're dealing with right here. They're basically all self-contained, which is really nice. And I don't know what the hell happened here. That's just a hole. Feels like something's missing here. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I just figured out it is more rewarding to destroy the demolior than letting it land. The isocep and infinite iridium is so great. Oh, 100% William. We knew that before we did this, but the decision was in chat's hand which version we're going to continue, and this is the version chat chose, and that is of course what we are going to do therefore. But yeah, this heat here is going to be a slight issue. Oxygen here is slowly but steadily dissipating out into the vacuum of space. That is of course going to be helpful. But as soon as we open the door again, we're just going to fill it back up. So it is a problem. Democracy strikes again. That is very true words. That is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. Dude's just going to get hurt for now. Let's leave that be for right now. Let's focus on the things that we actually need to do, which is get over here to this copper volcano and build the ladder over here on the right. Let's turn up the speed just a little bit because at 1x we are never going to get this done. And then let's go from there. Yeah, I'm truly looking forward to seeing how long this thing is dormant. Trump, I'm gonna make a rocket and make beer pay for it. Right. That is right. That is the logic we're dealing with here. That is not what I meant to do. There we go. What are we dealing with here? What is the issue? Nope, Indalek is on the job. It's just pathing. Endlessly long pathing. But that is okay. We will get down there one way or another very, very shortly. As a matter of fact, can we already dig through here? Is there a hell of a lot stopping us? Probably not in all reality. Yeah, I think we can just go for it, honestly. Should be just fine. Dimitri says, can I post a clip in here or it doesn't allow links? I don't think it allows links. I do not believe so. I just opened this here up. I just realized there's really not a hell of a lot stopping us. The water's just gonna flow back and forth here. No one really cares. That's totally fine, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, let's make it happen. And then once this one tile here is dug up, all of this brine here will drop down here and hopefully help us in cooling down this area here quite drastically and hopefully also relatively quickly. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Just need to take out all the heat from down here, so it's a little bit safer for our dupes to handle it. And we also would like to get the steam here back, in liquid form preferably. There we go. That's exactly what that should look like. And it's going to cool this here down very nicely and relatively quickly. To a nice like 45 degrees or so, we can definitely deal with that. No problem. All day long. No issues whatsoever. Very good. To get all this water here out, all we have to do is dig over to the right, and we should be done with it. Very, very okay, so far so good. Let's immediately tell a dupe to come by here and analyze it so we know exactly what we are dealing with. And we could also immediately start building while we are at it. Let's just grab us insulated tiles right here. So over here too, our wall is going to be right here where our ladder is. Our ladder will have to move. We're going to do that later. And we need 4 tiles over here on the left. 3 tiles high in total. That should get it done. And then we're gonna plop in a roof. We are already open, so the roof can actually be finished all the way over without major repercussions here. Not a big deal. That all can be done. It doesn't hurt anything. Might as well. And eventually it will look something like this here. Definitely gonna be good. But yes, we need to know how much time do we have to deal with the problem at hand. That's the first thing. That has to happen. Let's see, temperature-wise, looks like we already got it down pretty much all the way. So let's dig all the way over here to the right side and get rid of the water. So the dupes don't constantly have to walk around in it and get the debuff even longer than they already do. For that to help out, we're just going to mop over here on the right side, get rid of the water there as well while we are at it. We're going to refill it manually later. That's going to be super simple and no problem at all. But yes, it's just the path is so long to get over here. Thankfully, it's a one-time issue. Once it's solved, it's never going to be a problem again. That's the nice thing about it. Also, while we're at it, let's mop all this stuff right here and in fact, get rid of this one piece of snow right here. That will fix the problem all by itself. And then let's keep on digging over here to the left. So we can check out, oh, this copper volcano actually just came back online. It is now idle and not dormant anymore. And that's exactly what I was talking about. We don't know. We have no idea how long these things here are dormant. So there's really no point in digging for right now any further than this abyssalite right here. There's no point in digging into this cold area just yet. A little bit too early. Eventually, we will get there. But yes, this copper volcano, we're going to leave it alone. That, of course, saves us a lot of time. We only have to finish this project right here before we can go over to our next destination. Okay, over here we also have our 2 vacuum pumps that are basically just pumping out all the natural gas. They can run basically as long as they want. It's totally fine. It makes no difference to us whatsoever. So we're just going to make sure that we capture all of this natural gas right here and don't leave it behind. At that point, once that has happened, we can also rip out this liquid lock right here. Also, this will not be necessary anymore. Okay, so far, so good. But yeah, the pathing here is just an absolute disaster. Let's be realistic. Sebediah says, evening beer, evening Sebediah. Thank you very much for joining today. Hope you're doing all right. You can always use P to stuff the volcano and problem solved. That is very true, but it's gonna erupt here very soon. And what's gonna happen is most likely that most of this water here is going to turn to steam eventually and fill this entire area. So it will be a little bit of a bigger problem up until we get Atmos suits. I don't think we will be able to make it all the way over here and cap it before it will erupt the first time. Sebediah is doing great. Just got in the door from 4 days in Prague. Oh, Prague is a nice city. I'm sure he had a great time there. Are you there for leisure or for business? With all the betas, I would be very hard-pressed to not already have a reactor powering everything. I mean, it's only 70 cycles ago that this bad boy here hit. We are really still in recovery mode and trying to get our feet back on the ground here. With all the uncapped volcanoes, but in general, I would 100% agree with that statement. Just throw power at every problem. Yes, just throw power at every problem. That is usually the path of least resistance. Leisure? Very nice. Even better, even better. What type is the other planetoid? Is there any chance that we can get some fibers from there? Yes, that is the plan. We will get fibers from here. This here is a swamp planetoid. We can't see any yet, of course. That would have been too easy. But there should be some easily accessible reed fiber over here. I'm almost willing to bet. Or at least at the bare minimum, I hope so. They've got like 5 beta biomes. Yeah, there's a ton of them. There's one over here. We are digging into one. I mean, there is definitely plenty to go around. And the reactor is definitely in our future. There is absolutely no question about it. We have so much enriched uranium probably sitting around. That's actually only 162 kilograms right here. Less than I expected. How about over here? There we go. 2 tons. That will last us for a hot minute. Over here we have a whopping 1,800 grams. Wow, this one here we must have just basically uncovered. Yeah, and we did just uncover it. That makes sense. This one here will be filled very nicely. You can look at all this wonderful accessible uranium ore. The betas are going to grab all of this stuff here over time. That's definitely going to be good. But first, iron. Let's get iron. Sebediah says, like smacked. Appreciate that, Sebediah. Every like helps. You guys know it, and it doesn't cost a dime to do so. I definitely appreciate it. Katrina is here and says, how you doing? This weekend I'm doing great. Last weekend I was sick. My throat hurt like hell. There was a 0% chance in hell that I was able to talk for several hours. Therefore, yeah, I have to cancel. But yeah, back on my feet, and we're doing great. What is getting damaged at the main ladder? There's damage at the main ladder? Damage at the main ladder. I don't see damage at the main ladder. I do see here a tile that's missing that is unreachable. That we can fix like this here. But other than that, I don't see any damage. Am I missing something? Is there a power spike somewhere? Yeah, this one here. There's the potential load is high, but it really isn't because we have our polymer presses that are not active just as much as our oil refinery, so there's really nothing on here. I don't know. I don't see any damage. Don't see any damage. Oops, you really need to dig this here up. The faster you do it, the better it is for everybody involved. Just trust me on that. Just trust me on that. This here needs to be done, so you don't have to stand around in water. Accumulate all the stress constantly. That's the #1 priority. Make it happen for us. Katrina is here doing the job. Very nice. Almost there, and we will see what we are dealing with here. Do we need a little bit of heat in the background, or are we okay the way it is? We're about to find out. Let me at that dirt. I would welcome it being you, Keonis, trust me. Because then I know it will get done. Oh, come in. Katrina, you almost had it. Almost had it. 3 C's here. He's a digger, but he's highly unhappy about it. That's exactly one single one. If Atma is not an option, why not use a lead suit? That is actually a great idea. That would be an option, but aesthetics are just so freaking down on lead suits that I basically just forgo them completely. I don't really ever use them for that reason, that the aesthetics are just so messed up that it's not even funny. What is 3C doing here? I'm really curious. Comes by, digs up one single tile, and gets the hell back out. Let me see here. An airflow tile got damaged. How? There's an airflow tile missing that was definitely here earlier. That's probably what you guys were referring to. That was not ice, that was an airflow tile. How can an airflow tile get damaged? Explain that to me. What the? What now? Everything else, the wiring and everything else behind it is there. I didn't accidentally destroy it. No, I didn't. The lead suits also tick all the boxes for the future reactor. Well, that's the one exception where we will need them, Ice Cream. You're correct. You are 100% correct. There we won't have a choice, probably. Got too hot. No, it's ice cold here, actually. And we're looking at 7-8 degrees here. I don't know what could have destroyed this airflow tile here. I truly don't, but it definitely got annihilated one way or another. So here we are, I suppose. How are we doing with this pitcher pump here? It only has access to salt water. Of course, how else would it be? Let me turn this here off. And let me switch this here to salt water. As well as water. I just needed basically three tiles high. How we do that doesn't really matter too much. It just needs to get done one way or another. And also this here's a complete eyesore. Why don't we fix this here up at least a little bit nicer and get rid of this one extra tile of bleach stone right here. There we go. Just so it looks at least somewhat decent. You know what, as a matter of fact, yeah, that's fine. For right now, this will be okay. Our saltwater guys are right here. He is overpressuring as it should be. And once this water level here is a little bit lower, we could try to make an actual waterfall out of this here. That would be interesting. Okay, we are working with, oh my god, 39 cycles. We got plenty of time here. No problem whatsoever to get this thing here tamed. That is not going to be an issue at all. It's fascinating that there is a dupe coming, literally digging up one single tile and then walk away instead of doing more than one tile. Like, what is the deal? I mean, seriously, what is the deal here? I know it's a little bit warm down here, but it's only 47 degrees. We're not talking about 80 or 100. Is that sour gas? No, no. Actually, how is that sour gas? How is that sour gas? Oh, from the iron volcano itself, most likely. It must have molten something in here that turned into sour gas. I wonder what. But it doesn't matter. What's in this area here literally doesn't matter at all. Yeah, I do understand that you're recovering from the heat, but just sitting there is not gonna make it any better, my man. It's telling you that's not how that works. Is that liquid phosphorite? That is liquid phosphorite, yes. What is the freeze temperature of this stuff? 44 degrees? Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there at 44 degrees. Because this area here, of course, got superheated by the iron volcanoes, so we're sucking up all the heat from all around here. But that's why we dumped all the brine in here, for exactly that reason. Lead suit has a plus 10 strength on the dupes and only a negative 8 on athletic, where Atmo is negative 6. Really? I actually did not know that it is a plus 10 on strength. I thought it is just a worse on athletic. Did they change that recently, or has it always been like that? I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. Come on, a couple more tiles to get rid of this brine right here, so we could actually build the rest of this area right here. Let's see. This is actually perfect right here, with all the carbon dioxide on the bottom. Leaves the natural gas up here, where our vacuum pumps can't just pick it up. But of course the vacuum pumps are competing with our normal gas pump, can't forget about that fact. But the beauty is that we already have a power supply with plenty of power nearby to kickstart our tamer right here, so that shouldn't be a problem at all. But we can plop in a few more things for that. While we are at it, do we even have enough steel? No, we do not. That is a first problem. Let's see if we can fix that. Iron to steel, what do we have going on here? Oh, we got plenty of everything. That's great. The only thing that we don't have is plenty of coolant. That could become an issue. But we will give it a shot anyway and see what it does. In an absolute worst case scenario, we will have to move our pipe and our ladder just a little bit lower. You know what? Why don't we do that just already? Just out of a pure precaution. Let's make sure that our radiant liquid pipes are ready to roll further down here. And let's make them directly out of aluminum this time, because now that we have aluminum, might as well utilize that good stuff. Why not? And bring it over here. It can literally look something like this here. That is totally fine. All the way around. Let's get all this here dug up by our dupes. And we are ready for when we are making more and more steel here. Basically now. So, oops. We need to get this here done a little bit faster than usual. Charles Azil says, create client website or watch BierTier decisions. I'll not make that decision for you. That one's purely on you, good sir. We need to be careful here that we stop this here for a moment at least. Let's disable the building here for a second, because if we pump that through here right now without any water contact, we're gonna be in one hell of hurt. Definitely don't want to do that. So let's make sure that's not an issue. Maybe a lot of bulb needs to be turned on or nothing happens over here. That's somewhat important. Okay, we got a canister drainer right there that is just pumping random oxygen out that we find throughout the map. That's great, that's fine. And back to over here. We will need a bunch of steel for most of our stuff right here, so the steel has to come first. But at the bare minimum, we could build the outline right here. There's not really a hell of a lot stopping us. We just need some dupes to come by here. That is one thing that has to happen. Is that mercury? That I'm not sure what you mean. Is here? That's a quick. We also have mercury, but I don't know exactly what you're referring to, Katrina. There are a lot of areas where we have mercury and all sorts of fluid. I need it slightly more specific. How are our storages going? 571 and 580 kilograms. Oh yeah. Power is most definitely not an issue in our near future. What I do want to do is mop this here up though, so when our dupe has to come up here, we don't get the wet feet debuff if we don't absolutely have to. Okay. Here on the top, looking all standard. Everything's looking the way it's supposed to look. We still have the damage in here that we need to fix eventually. That was from the very beginning when we started it up. That didn't just happen. What exactly are we waiting for over here? 3C is coming, doing what exactly? I'm entirely sure. Builds an insulated tile. Very good, very good. That's fine. Also over here, 2 hour teleporters. Mop up the water, so we are ready to go over there at a moment's notice. And it looks like this here has been built, basically most of it at least. So we should be able to just connect this here up, connect this here up, and we're just gonna rip out the middle part. And that should allow us to turn this here back on and make us more steel. With a new pipe for steel making in here. In here, I don't see anything that looks even remotely like mercury. This is all water and brine. And inside of our pipe, we still actually have polluted water. So we are actually making literal steel with polluted water right now. It is not optimal, to say the least, but it will get the job done at the bare minimum for the time being. That is for sure. It's not an optimal solution, but it will work for now. Gabriel is here. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. How about yourself, good sir? Glad you could join today. A couple more things here. Yes, let's rip out, get our nickel back, please. And that was no pun intended right there. Just realized myself what I just said. Yep, very good. And that should allow us, at least in theory, to create as much steel as we want for the time being. It should take a hot minute to heat up all this water down here in the bottom, especially when we give it a little bit of extra control right here, or better to say a little bit of extra surface area to combine it a little bit more with all the other fluids. That should help. Let's see how that goes, and then we can plop in more of our area right here on. Yeah, looks like over here we actually have a little bit of an issue where we don't have enough area for our water. So let's dig out a little bit more bleach stone right here, so the water level goes down a little bit more. Right at the moment it looks like we still have a little bit left up here. It's really not a lot. This is more than enough area. Is mercury still useless? It's not useless. You can make power with it. You can make wonderful liquid locks with it, for example. All sorts of stuff, but it doesn't do a lot. It doesn't do a lot, William. And Von Rhineland is here, says, howdy guys. Howdy Von Rhineland. How you doing today? Hope you're doing all right, and thanks for joining. Do we have steel on the screen? We do have steel on the screen. We're up to 900 kilograms. Very, very nice. That's what we want to see here. Definitely can't complain too much about that. Let me try a little trick right here. Probably not going to work, but let's see if we can build this insulated tile before the rest. Probably not. Can you mop the liquid phosphorite? I can probably mop a lot of this stuff right here. Yeah, most of the stuff here can already be mopped. But once we rip out the first 2 tiles here, yeah, let's only mop the liquid phosphorite, because you're correct, it will stop. I like making double liquid locks using temp shift plates since the boiling point is above 500 C. That is a very good plan for it, for example. I like that a lot, Charlie. I mean, double liquid locks for prevention of heat transfer. That is a great way to utilize it. And if you have it close enough to an area where it is located, you can even just carry it over in its solid form by hand, which is nice. Where is my dupe? Where is this pathetic digger? That is a good question. You may actually be blocked. I think I blocked a bunch of dupes here. I just realized it. Let's see. Killjoy, for example, is blocked. Chaz is blocked. There are our diggers. Kionis is blocked. All of our diggers are not allowed to come through here. That is, of course, probably the main issue why nothing is getting done. You know what? Let's just turn it on for all the dupes. Because I believe now with our atmosuit masks and everything else here, I think we are okay going that distance without too much trouble. Music Kitty is here, says, I'm late, howdy folks. Music, thank you very much for joining today. Glad you made it, and I hope you're doing alright. Let's see if we let more dupes through, if more work gets done. That should be a relatively simple equation, you would think, but I guess we will see how that goes. There's Raymond. Let's see if my assumption that we can't just let all dupes through here now is correct. I wouldn't see really a reason why not. Theoretically speaking. We are gonna have lots of problems with water here though, with all that ice that's here. That is just a question of time until most of the stuff here melts and causes all sorts of issues. Why are we not digging this here? Because the priority is too low, really? It's just so far away from the base that literally anything that is close to the base is more important to the dupes right now than being that far away. Hopefully, we can fix that with manual priority. Okay, a couple more tiles coming in. Looks like we dug all the way over here. Here, our newest beta hive. How are we looking? Now we are 36 kilograms here. This year is gonna get a lot. Printing pod. I forgot about the printing pod. Thanks for reminding me. Of course, we need to take a look what we are going to do. And the choice is, of course, as always, 100% with you guys. We have 3 dupes available plus 4,000 kilocalories worth of nutrient bars. We have a max with supplying, digging, is a caregiver, but cannot do cooking errands. We have a Nicola with decorating, operating, and building, is innately stylish, an animal lover, an unpracticed artist, and a kitchen menace. And then last but not least, we have an Ada with building plus 13, is skilled in hard digging, is a loud sleeper, is narcoleptic, and has a bottomless stomach. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus the rechecked all button. So please let me know in chat across YouTube, across Twitch. Doesn't matter which platform you prefer. Let me know what you think we should do. And that is, of course, exactly what's going to happen. And thank you for the reminder words. Every once in a while, you guys need to help me out with this nonsense here. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to decide on your choices, and then we will see what we can find. And right at the moment, flow is happening, which means we should be capable of mopping here across the board as well. Very, very nice indeed. And once again, we will need our wall here very, very soon. So I'm already gonna go ahead and put in the ladder in the appropriate location and dig down here on the bottom out 4 high as well. All the way over to here should be sufficient for right now at least. So let's make that happen as well. Those are all things that we can do however we see fit. And it looks like we already did it. The polluted water here is not good enough to make our steel anymore. It was bound to happen, and it was actually much earlier than I expected it to. Why was it so fast that just happened? That is actually quite serious, to be very honest with you. That should have lasted much longer with this setup that we have right here. Except it died right there. That's probably what happened. Probably that one aluminum pipe right here. Let me fix that. Actually, that is a better option. And on the other side right here, once we're out of the water, there's no point anymore in having this here. That is an option that we have right now. We could get oil up there, probably. Let's see what would be a good option here to grab us some oil. Most of it we utilized to shoot DEMOLIOR out of the sky. So we basically wasted it for this run. Gotta be very precise about that as well. We could turn on our oil well here once again for a few minutes just to get some oil. That would definitely solve our problem for good. You know what, why not? Let's allow Music Kitty back through here. And let's see if we can make us a tiny little bit more oil. The only thing that we need to do for that is follow our piping all the way up here to the top. And let's make sure we snip it off here. And let's make sure we snip it off right there. Actually, we can leave it here. We just, yeah, okay. Right here it is snipped off. Very, very good. So we have access to it whenever and wherever we want. We can build us a pipe back here if we want to. Sorry, we can just connect it all the way back up here, I mean. And we can probably connect it relatively easily over here. Yeah, look at that. Our pipe is nearby. Just have to put another one in. That's going to be super simple. It doesn't take a lot to make that happen. Very, very nice. Okay, let me check out what you guys voted for. We have 1 vote for food. We have 2 votes for food. 1 for Max, 2 for Max, 1 for the reject all, 1 for Nicola, and 1 for Ada. That means food and Max are currently tied at 2-2. Another vote for Max is here from Kionis. That makes it a 3-2. And over on Twitch, Nikolai and Ada, we have another vote for Max right here. Another vote for Max. Max is leading 5-2 right now. The last few seconds that you have time to give off your vote. We're going to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Max it is. Now the question is just, who would like to join us? Who doesn't have a dupe yet and is preferably a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber and would like to join us here as Max, as a supplier, a digger, and somebody who cannot cook apparently. That is the options that we have. Who would like to join? Let me know in chat real quick. First come, first serve. If we don't have a member that wants to join, then it will be the first viewer. So I would be fast if I were you. Okay. Anybody come by here yet? Doesn't look like it. Music Kitty says it's unreachable. Didn't I just open it up for Music Kitty, I thought? Doc number 27 is here, says howdy, howdy Doc number 27, thanks for joining today. And we have Czech Chester who says, I'd love to join the colony, and Equitime 77. Czech Chester was faster, but Equitime does have no dupe and is a YouTube member. Therefore, Equitime, you are prioritized in this case, of course. Equitime 77, thank you very much for being a YouTube member, and welcome to the game. Check out your skills right away. Where are you at? We are going to give you hard digging right away with a hat. And now we got to check out how many beds we actually have. That's going to be a problem now, I believe. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. We have 22 beds and 21 dupes. So far, it's looking pretty good. Jack Chester, next time around, you will have another chance. And thank you for being interested. I appreciate that. 80% stress, time for duplicants to form a union. 80%. That is very humane for this channel. You must be new. Okay, a couple more tiles over here. Steel is coming in soon. Once we have a little bit here. Okay, somebody depressurized our oil well. Very, very good. We're starting to get a little bit more oil in now. That will run for a little while. And with our system right here, we're literally just pumping it up. We probably don't even need that liquid filter here anymore, but well, you know what? We already have it. Screw it. We're gonna bring it straight up here, straight into our oil refinery, and then straight into our liquid reservoirs, where then once again we can do with it whatever we want. That's gonna be good. Spa days are also raised about 80%. That is very true. That is very true. But we don't talk about that fact, okay? Let me build a little bit of pipe right here. A little bit of pipe right here. You know what? I'm almost inclined to just save us the time. Because we already have it ready. So, you know what here? Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's just do this. And let's pump in a little bit more polluted water and see if we can make this here happen one more time with polluted water. I'm truly curious. Because it should. It should. Let's fill that sucker up one more time and let's see what it does. It should work, at least temporarily, just to speed up the time here until we can get the oil up here, because building this here will take a hot minute. So let's just fill it up, since we have the pipe nearby. Might as well. Might as well. There we go, Jason. Good job. And it looks like the rest here is still, as of right now at least, underwater. All of our radiant liquid pipes. That is the important part, that's what we need. So let's make that happen right away. And then yes, right here. It should be on the other side. It should have cooled down by then. So it shouldn't matter anymore. But better safe than sorry. Okay, right here we go. We're just gonna pump in directly a little bit more on the other end, just because we can. Better too much than not enough in this case right here. And if it evaporates, if it fails, on the bright side, it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's turn off the pump. Go to above. And let's snip it off here. Actually, let's snip it off here. And let's connect this here back up. As it should be. So it is at least ready to go. Very nice. All we need is about a total of, I would guesstimate, I actually never did the math on that, I probably should. 16 or 1800 kilograms total is what we need to build a tamer, I believe. So we are very close to that. We really don't need a lot. And filling up our reservoirs up here with petroleum in the meantime is certainly not going to hurt anything. So no matter what, that is okay. Okay, down here it looks like we did pretty well. The dupes will have to clean this here up eventually. That has to happen. But once we have some steel, we can at least continue building here. That's gonna be good. Okay, first few pieces of ladder coming in. Very, very nice, as it should be. That already allows us to put in 2 more tiles right here as well, just to close off the bottom, as it should be. And we still have 33 cycles to get this here done. From that perspective, at least, we're really not in a hurry. That is a really good thing. Let's get this here opened up a little bit further as well, just because we can. Might as well. Or actually, let's not do that, because we do want our natural gas to stay up here as much as possible and come down here as little as possible. We don't want to have it down here. We want to have it pumped out by our vacuum pump. That is their entire purpose. So we might as well hold true to that. Alright, let's give this here higher priority so it gets done. And let's see if we can then go from there. 1100 kilograms on steel. The output pipe is full. I must have filled it up just a little bit too much, huh? Just a little bit too much. And our pipe here is probably just too short. That's what really is the problem here. Can we make it a little bit longer? I mean, technically we can, very easily. But should we is the bigger question. We should probably just empty the pipe out to the point where it's not an issue anymore. Let's not do it out down there. Let's do it further up, so it's easier reachable by the dupes. Let's bring it up here. Why not? And let's give it a high priority. LOM, I'm so bad about priority discipline, making everything 9. I do that for everything that I'm working on currently, mainly while live streaming, because waiting for a dupe to come by forever is not really fun for me or for you. So high priority on everything that we are actively working on is absolute standard around here. That is absolutely true. All right, get a few out of here until this thing here is at least good enough to run again. That's all it requires. Let's see here. 9 is the new 5. That's right, Demetrius. That is right. 9 is the new 5. Okay, very good. One thing that I'm wondering about is... Okay, very good. Echo time right here. This default access is no, as that should be. You're not allowed down there unless you're manually given access, and that should be true for every new dupe. And it looks like it's working once again. We're getting steel in 1200 kilograms, which means only one thing. We can grab ourselves thermal aqua tuna now and put it in here. Very, very good. That is steel, as it should be. And now we can start building some piping. Piping comes down, out, and over to the right with a liquid bridge in the middle. That is standard procedure. And then we're going to bring it all the way down here and all the way back up the other side, all the way up to here until we come down here. And this time around, I will not forget it. This time around, I will build it right away. The liquid reservoir. On the first try, not the second. That's the new one. And this is what this should look like. We can even go ahead and go into plumbing and grab us a liquid pipe thermal sensor that can be made out of basically anything. And we can just smack it in here with a little bit of an automation wire. Very good. That's the entire left side built with most of the piping that's required. We will need a tiny little bit more up here on the top, but we will fix that very, very shortly. Can we already build our first steam turbine? Probably. There's not a hell of a lot stopping us. We can build that out of lead. That is totally fine. Let's build it right there, just so we have it. And you know what? For good measure, let's put the rest of our piping in here as well, which is a conduction panel built out of aluminum. Now that we have aluminum, we might as well utilize it for what it's worth. And then right here, we need another one that lives right there. And then we just need to connect our pipes up, and this entire system here is good to go. One right here and one right there coming down. over with a bridge down and into right here. That is how it should look like. That is all the piping that is required, with the exception of the pipe that goes right here. Guess we might as well slap that in as well. That's going to be, once again, aluminum and just coming straight along down here. That's it. That's the piping. Now we have it. We're good to go. Just, of course, dudes need to realize that if they don't dig through here, they're probably not going to go anywhere anytime fast. We need one extra one right here. Let's put a piece of ladder right there. Let's put a piece of ladder right here and right here. That allows the dudes to come down here and build all this. For this, we just need to make sure that they can reach the top of our ladders. All right, so far so good. Shouldn't be a problem whatsoever to get all this here done within our allotted time limit. And that should work, as usual, just like a charm. William says, I just noticed there are no research focuses selected. That is very correct, because when we take a look into our research focus, we can't do anything else. We are not yet in space. We haven't done that yet. We don't have data analysis research, and everything that does not need data analysis research has, in fact, already been researched. I suppose we could go through here one by one and do all the others slowly, like this here. Do applied sciences, advanced research, and novice research, but that is probably going to take a lot of manual work. I guess we can do it for some easy stuff where we need it anyway. We could, for example, do the hydrocarbon propulsion, which I know we will need next, and at least have it ready for data analysis. I don't think we have enough data banks to actually get the 30 done. But I guess we can every once in a while. If you guys remind me, I won't remember myself. But if you guys remind me to come back in here every once in a while to check this out, I'm more than happy to do so and speed this up a little bit. Okay, dupes. You know what to do here. Just gotta do it. We could also, for good measure, get rid of this here, just to lower the water level a little bit more. And then, for example, dig down here, just so we can get the water level a little bit lower. The less the dupes have to walk around in this nonsense, the better it is. For example, in here, we should mop that. It's done. What would you recommend a noob use their databanks first on? The same thing that I did. When you look in here, we have only one single thing that is researched that has databanks, and that is right here, and that is for solid management. That is for the conveyor rail thermosensor, and that is because we need that for our tamer. That's the main reason why I start with that. But yeah, it really depends on your playstyle, I suppose, though. That is, of course, going to play a big role. For us, if we want to build the tamer version 3 or version 4.0, then we need that device. Okay, looks like our liquid pump right here is now reaching some crude oil, and we are pumping it up here. Very good. Looks like you have a little bit of water right here. Let's get rid of that nonsense as well. And I think it's just coming from the ice that's melting right here, isn't it? Let's just rip this entire row here out. So that shouldn't happen. Again, the rest of the water over here we really don't care about. We can mop it. We can do with it whatever we want. But just so our dupes don't have to stand in it when working on the oil refinery, let's make sure that we dig this here out. And you know what, as a matter of fact, technically speaking, that one tile here should already get the job done. That's all we need. I use a conveyor meter just so I don't need to worry about that research. Well, we also need a conveyor meter for this build right here. But we also need the conveyor rail thermosensor. Without that, it is not going to work. At least not my version of this build. There may be other versions, of course, but this version here, not without. Looks like we have random water dripping down from the top right here. That's the last thing we want. That's just going to make work over and over again. Looks like this here is pretty stable, nothing can melt, same here. But up here on the top, I think every once in a while, due to probably just evaporization of the polluted water, the mass, oh no, it's actually, yeah, natural gas generators. I'm just an idiot. Mopping this is not going to do us any good. What we actually need to do is put a little bit of wall in here. Just for the time being. It doesn't have to be pretty, just functional. So we can contain all of this polluted water in here while we are building. Once we're done building, we won't care anymore. But for right now, it is in fact required. And also, once again, down here on the bottom, if we want shit to get done, down here, everything is a 9, straight out of the box. No except. And yeah, we need these two pieces of wall right here, and we need them fast. Because otherwise we're just gonna do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. We know what that is. That is the definition of insanity. Niadni says, have they patched a bug with sweepies yet? I don't know there was a bug with sweepies, so I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. Let's grab us in shipping a conveyor bridge, so I don't forget it later, and put it down here. It's gonna make it out of anything that we have a lot. Iron ore, for example, might as well. Might as well, with a conveyor rail, also made out of iron ore. Down here to the bottom, that's fine. And then we will need what we just talked about, which is the conveyor meter that lives right there. That is a requirement, that's needed, and that's why we're going to put it in here. On top of that, we're gonna come all the way over here with our conveyor rail as well. Might as well, because again, why not? That's just easy enough, so we might as well utilize it. And you know what? Once we are through here, to get over here to the left, I think the easiest possible task, we're gonna build it from the inside out. Who is scalding? I need to check out who's scalding. We need to just, or we can just come through here, and then all the way straight up and over to the left. That's probably gonna be our easiest possible way out of here. So let's make that happen as well. The only person that I can think of who is scalding is Music Kitty. That's what I thought. You were just in there once again trying to mess with that oil well, but now it's too hot. So we are going to turn you back off. We just wanted a little bit of oil, a little bit of petroleum. We have that now. It's definitely enough to run our metal refinery right here, which apparently has once again a full output pipe. How? I thought we just fixed that a minute ago. Apparently not. Let's try to fix it one more time. That should fix it for good then, I hope. Just somebody that comes by and does it, please. So we see if that works. Well, I wasn't able to empty the sweepy dock last I played, which was a month or two before the S-Raid DLC came out. Haven't used a sweepy in that time frame. I honestly don't know if that was patched or not. Maybe somebody in chat knows, but I couldn't give you an accurate answer on that. At all. Because I have no idea. No idea at all. As our food, 200,000 kilocalories. We are still very high with our stress right here. Can we help out a little bit, or at least on the decor side? I mean, we could just, this here is basically a decor bomb all around. The decor is actually lower than I thought it is. It is in places 120, but not all around. It is where it matters though, at the bed. It seems to be 120. That's where we need it. But that is actually looking a lot better than I expected it to be. I thought for a second here that it's not, but no, it's exactly what it should be. That's totally fine, as a matter of fact. Looks like we're missing a rose bush up here. But other than that, that's what we need. Can we put in a few more? Just for good measure. Maybe a couple right here in the middle. They won't be in the way. There's nothing else that needs to be built here, so it won't matter. This here looks to be somewhat decent. Let's put one over here. Why not? Just for good measure once again. And then down here in the bottom, it's just that everything else is in such a desolate condition, just due to how we built. It's really a problem. And sweeping, I think I'm gonna give commands for sweeping throughout the base a little bit, just with a low priority though, so basically when the dupes have nothing else to do, let's see if we can make this entire base here a little bit more pretty, with stuff that's laying around on the ground, stuff like this here on the top. It's really not too bad, but generally speaking, there should really be nothing laying around right here. Let's grab it, and let's see if we can do that as a little bit of a side project, especially in our farms. That hasn't been cleaned in a long, long time. Again, we should really automate this here, just haven't gotten to it yet. It should be on the agenda probably after we finish this timer right here. Also for the automatic storage, the one where it can drop items, you talk about this here? The automatic dispenser? No, it does need nothing. It doesn't need a switch. It doesn't even need power. It just needs to set up what a dupe puts in it. And when a dupe puts something in it, it will automatically drop out of its little nozzle right there. So no, you don't need anything for that. Okay, our wall is not coming. This here is not really making progress. I don't know exactly what the dupes are doing. Let me check out our priorities right here. Yeah, of course, even with the lower priority, we can see it. They choose to build the large sculpting blocks just because it's much, much closer to them before they go further down and build this stuff. It's just a problem, and even though in priorities I do have proximity actually turned off, which should theoretically make it better, but we can see it with our eyeballs. Apparently not. Let me check out these blueprints right here. We have, my god, 3 more dupes. And we have 2,000 kilograms worth of brine. We have a Hassan with cooking and doctoring. His skill in hard digging is churn resistance, but is flatulent. Then we have a Devon with digging, building and cooking. Is an interior decorator, but squeamish. And we have a Liam, who is interested in suit wearing and digging, is a night owl frostproof, but a plant murderer. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what we should do, and that is of course what we are going to do as well. Keep in mind, we're currently at 21 freaking dupes. But the choice is of course yours. Up here, oh look at this here, our aluminum volcano just went dormant apparently. That must have happened really not that long ago. We could break back in here and clean this area here up, theoretically speaking. Or we could just leave it be. We could just leave it in its natural state right here and see what it does during a full dormancy period without any sort of interaction at all. Huh. I guess we'll see. Yes, we will see. But while we wait for your guys' results in chat, and again, both Twitch and YouTube is being asked to participate, we can check out one blueprint right here. We have 2 unclaimed ones. So let's take a look what our first one is today. And we have some black velour trousers. Fuzzy, formal, and finely cut in decent quality. Very nice. I don't think we have that one so far. Somebody's starving. Ow. All you have to do is literally go and grab yourself some food. We got plenty of it sitting around. And how are we looking in here? In here, technically, this is not exactly all we need. We need a little bit more fluid in here. It doesn't really matter what. Oops, just bring by what you got. Salt water, brine, water, anything at all. I just need it to be 3 high across the board here. That is the general idea that we're trying to accomplish. Looks like we're digging a little bit. We're still not building those insulated tiles up here. It's very low on the priority list. Yeah, the pathing is too freaking long. And there's really not much option to cut down on the pathing here, realistically either. Which is a problem, but thankfully not the biggest one in the world. Dimitri says that will go well with my hat. Probably would, yes. You check temperature out here, and also mass. This here is basically a vacuum here in a few seconds. Yeah, we have nothing left here. Temperature is now down, but once again, the moment we open the store here for the first time, it's completely for nothing because all the oxygen will flow out. What we should have done probably, if we wanted to prevent that, is we should have used an airlock door, kind of like we did up here on the top. We could have put one right here. That would have helped us out quite a lot, and I'm kind of considering still doing that, honestly. Just so we are not constantly introducing oxygen into this area and just letting it heat up. So the more mass, the hotter it gets. That is, of course, an issue. So yeah, we should probably do something like this here, to be very honest. We have a power wire right here, so we might as well utilize it. Right there. I think we're gonna make that happen and see what that does for us. Okay, Dukes, I really need you to build those tiles up here. That should be your #1 priority, preferably. But I guess I don't really have too much influence over it unless I go yellow. I guess I could theoretically go full 8s down here on the bottom, make these here the only 9s, and see if that does anything. Guess we will find out eventually here. William says, why is there a crown thingy beside my name? It's some kind of new YouTube function called Top Fans. I'm not entirely sure how it works. delete a couple mass docks. Could have also worked. Could have also worked. But then I would have to shift everything back. We're just gonna let more oxygen out of here. For right now. It's fine. And then we're just gonna replace it outright with an airlock door. So that doesn't happen again in the future. Who is suffocating? Victor. Down here on the bottom. Wait, what? Why is there so much chlorine here now? I feel like it's getting more instead of less. Do we have a leak somewhere? I truly feel like it's getting more chlorine. Where is this chlorine coming from? Very odd. Better to be a top fan than an only. Yeah. Oh man. Why are our dupes starving? You're just too far away. It's just a pathing question, I suppose. That kind of makes sense. What are we doing down here, by the way? We are sucking out the carbon dioxide with this pump, which is fine, I guess. It's meant to release pressure. I guess it's not working as well as it should. Because our chlorine gas is just straight up stuck in this area right here still. Which I truly don't understand. It should sink down, one would think, but it's not. It truly is not. You will empty the line at the steel production? Good call. Let's make sure that we see. Is this here waiting? Nope. Yeah, yes, it is waiting. So we are waiting for this here to actually flow once again. And then we will cancel it. Let's see how much we can get out of here. Good call, Demetrius. Good call. Chlorine going from liquid to gas. I don't even see a liquid version anywhere around here. That could go to gas. Oh, well, I guess up here. But I don't really see anywhere where it would have been accumulated or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of odd, to say the least. Guess we will find out one way or another, eventually. Also, why is nobody building this one out here? Nobody wants to, or what's the deal here? Why? Why is it the way it is? It's still not flowing. Sure, just build a outlet right here. That would have been much faster, realistically speaking. Realistically speaking, that would have been much faster. Is that on a high priority? Yes, it is. Let's try this here one more time. Hopefully this time to a point where we take out enough that it will actually flow properly. Pumped all the CO2 and left room for all the chlorine. That's kind of what we did, yes, but I would have hoped. There we go. It's empty now. That should be good enough. Those two tiles right here should be enough for this here to rotate now indefinitely, hopefully. Let's make sure that is a true statement. Just filling it back up with all the stuff from the rear. That is okay. What are you doing, Raven? And let's see. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. We're scalding goof. Is it really still that hot down here? 75 degrees? What is so hot down here? I thought we cooled this here all down nicely. I guess we didn't. Well, I guess that will only mean one thing. We're going to build us an automatic dispenser. Can't do that right here because we still have the ladders. Let's rip out the ladder pieces. Don't need those anymore. And once the ladder pieces are gone, we're going to make sure that we empty out this area right here and just dump all the stuff that's in here, right down here on the ground. That should help us get the heat out of this area right here. Okay, let's make sure it gets done a little bit faster. It's a deconstruction task. Those usually go relatively quickly. Okay, very good. This has been deconstructed, so we can now grab us an automatic dispenser and plop it right here. Make it happen, dupes. and then we're just gonna give the command for all this here to be cleaned, and the dupes will put it into the closest possible option, and that should be this automatic dispenser right there, basically at all times, you would think, at least in theory, I suppose. Also, in the meantime, make a little bit of a mess right here and dig this here up. Looks like the printing pod is waiting again. As a matter of fact, the printing pod is waiting still. Let me scroll back up and see what you guys actually voted for, because I never actually did go through it again. My mistake. We have 1 vote for Brian, 2 votes for Liam, 1 vote for Hassan, another vote for Brian, and another vote for Brian. So because it was so long ago, it was 1 vote is Brian ahead. We're gonna go with the Brian for right now, just so I can recharge, and next time I will try to do a better job to actually go back with it. Okay. Is someone trapped? Kionis is here. No, I don't see that anyone's trapped. It's just a food question, because our dupes are too far away from the food sources. That is the main issue that we are looking at here, I believe. I don't think anyone's trapped, from what I can tell at least. I don't see him. Should be fine the way it is. Let's dig this here up, and let's see if we can get a little bit of extra fluid in here. And hopefully, just for temporary ways here, keep it a little bit cooler, because it is getting a little bit toasty in here. Much more than I expected it to, honestly. Why use pea water when you have crude oil? Because we have the pea water directly beside us, and basically more or less an unlimited amount of it. So might as well utilize it. It seems to be working for right now, and if it breaks again, we will do it right the next time around. Very simple. Did we actually complete that research? It looks like we got the small petroleum engine at the mission control station, and looks like we had enough data analysis for our small petroleum. Very, very good. What else do we have here that we need? Interplanetary launcher would become interesting eventually. We can go for the research reactor, because why not? And if we make it through that as well with some... yeah, I don't think we have another 30. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. And we have our jet suit right here that we are going to grab us right thereafter. Sure, why not? Let's see how far that goes. Besides, dupes have a lot of pee. Yes, dupes do have a lot of pee. Pea water we have plenty of, to say the least. Here we have another infinite storage with about 13.5 tons or so per tile. Plenty to go around. Should be okay for right now. And we also have now enough steel, another 2200 kilograms, that we can basically build everything else that we need in here. So why not make that happen while we are waiting for everything else? And it looks like we put a little bit of brine in here. That's great. Should help out at least a tiny little bit. It's not world-changing or anything, don't get me wrong. But it's better than nothing. So in shipping, let's take a look. We need a conveyor shut-off. That one needs to be out of steel, and we're going to put it right here. We will need a conveyor loader that also needs to be built out of steel. We're going to put it right there. And we need an auto sweeper that also needs to be out of steel, and we're going to put it right there. Then we need some conveyor rails, or actually conveyor rail thermosensor. Let me build that first. That one can be built out of anything because it doesn't have an overheat temperature, so it doesn't matter. It can live right there. And then before I forget it, automation wire here and here. I am very prone to forget that. I'm well aware of that flaw. Figon, are you gonna get this here built and then hopefully get the hell out? Kinda. Good enough. Now, we do need some conveyor rails that we have to put in here, so let's make that happen out of iron ore. We're gonna come along the top, all the way over to the left, and then we're gonna start snaking all the way to right there. That is where we switch over to steel, and the steel is gonna go basically right along here, and it looks something like this here. And you know what? The last tile over here, we're gonna make once again out of iron ore. Right here. Something like this here is what we need, and that is also what we're gonna get. And last but not least, we need the connection up here, down here, and this one here is already in. This here is the entire rail system that we need for this build. Very, very good. Don't build it out of mercury. Wait, what are we building out of mercury? That automatic dispenser here can now be turned on, and the way that we're going to turn that on is very simple. We are just going to copy the settings from above to down here. Simple and straightforward. And now when I say clean all this here, please make it happen. And Figon, I truly don't understand what in the hell you're doing here. You are hurt. You're running low on oxygen. And you really should get your ass up here, technically speaking. That is precisely where you should go. First manually. And then you're assigned to the bed before it is way too late for you. Damn suicidal dudes. Missed some rail? How did I miss some rail? I mean, right here, yes. I do know that I missed those connections. That is on purpose. But yes, other than that, rail system looks good to me. Very, very nice indeed. Okay, dupes. Just a little bit more action down here, and we will have this here very, very soon without an issue. What else do we have? This one right here. Are you creating steam yet? Yes, you are, but it's not quite enough yet, because this area here is a cold area. We're basically not just heating up the water, but everything beside it as well. All this here will eventually turn to steam, and once all this here turns to steam, we will most likely have more. Well, I don't know exactly how big this here is. I hope we have over 150 kilograms per tile. William says, I just put priority 9 in my bed. Good night, all. William, thank you for joining. I hope you have a good night. Oops, sweeping stuff into infinite storage. I'm sure they are sometimes, but mainly they're supposed to use this one right here, especially once I give it a high priority. Is this one here not a high priority? No, it's not. There we go. This one here needs to be a higher priority than the ones above, or equal. Equal is, of course, not as good as just going full force. I've tried to explain to Bia that it's easier to link them before they get built. I believe that it's easier. I just know exactly what material is what if I do it this way. It just makes it easier in my head. Because if this here is built, I just connect it, cancel it. It takes all of 1 second, and I know exactly what materials I have where, and there is no guessing game. That's why I do it this way. I don't know. I learned it this way, and it has stuck with me ever since, I suppose. Yes, high stress. I know. I know. Why is nobody actually utilizing this here if our stress is so high? Words is on 90. Why don't we set words in here then? Everything's assigned to Jason, just by default, I suppose. That's funny. Where's words? There you go. Have a little bit of a time in a massage table so you can chill out. There is a guessing game because sometimes you forget to cancel the overbuild. I don't think I do usually forget that. I'm prone to forgetting putting it in the first place, maybe. But then canceling it, I'm usually pretty good about that. We have a little bit of extra brine up here. Why not dig this here up all the way? We can then mop it later. Might as well. And you know what? Let's do the same thing right here as well. Once again, just because we can. You do on stream from time to time, really? Maybe. I am most definitely not beyond failure. Most definitely not. Okay, dupes. Let's try this here one more time. Everything that we have down here on this area, we're gonna give a straight 9. Who the hell is suffocating and how? Oh, Victor is in here inside the airlock door. Okay. Okay. That can be. I don't even know what you're doing in here. There's really no work in here. Other than every once in a while going to a natural gas generator and tuning it. Okay, that is probably exactly what you were doing. And you shall be allowed to do so. That is, of course, totally fine. Yeah, once this here is built, thankfully, it's a build that doesn't have to be touched again once it's done. That makes it very, very nice and easy. And of course, that's exactly how we want that. Other than that, we're just gonna leave these pumps here running until there is a reasonable amount of natural gas left. Then we're gonna rip all this nonsense here out and make it look a little bit more pretty. And then this area here is basically completed. Okay. Slowly but steadily, we are making our way where we are supposed to be. That's always good to see. Let's dig something like this here out real quick and something like this here out real quick, just so we can drop down a little bit lower on our water level around here. So once again, the dupes have to not walk around it any more than they absolutely have to. I just don't understand why the temperature is so bloody high. What is the issue in here? Oh, that's the issue. I have 16.7 tons worth of iron sitting right here that I missed. Everything else around it was cooled down, but those 16.7 tons were not. Oh yeah, that is an issue indeed. And von Rhineland, of course, does have a very good point here. He says, just a quick thing, we have 69 viewers and only 32 likes. Smash that button and help Bier on the channel. 100% correct. I would truly appreciate it if you could smash that like button. It helps me out tremendously and it doesn't cost anything at all. So thank you for that. And words with a reminder on Discord as well, 100%. Our Discord channel is a great place to hang out and talk all things Oxygen Not Included and really any other topic or game that you desire. With currently 680 members, you are always welcome to join. And that is, of course, free as well. Okay, last few tiles right here. And we should be done with digging in this area here. Because we can now reach everything that we need to reach. Now we just need to build. Music Kitty says, your door up top, don't want to lose all your oxygen. Whoopsie daisy. Good reminder. Very good reminder indeed. Need to get rid, of course, of the ladders first. That is somewhat important. Not that oxygen is a problem, don't understand me wrong, but just venting it out here into space is also clearly not the solution. So yes, we gotta fix that. And we gotta fix that. ASAP preferably. Should go relatively quick because it's easily reachable by the dupes. Kind of like this here, exactly. And now we can put the airlock door up here where it belongs. And once we have it, we will also go ahead and put in our ladders all around it so we can go back to where we belong, to our main ladder. That has to happen, of course, as well. And there we have it, any second now. What happens to Goliath? I was about to say, what happens to Goliath if he's still in there? Okay, everything was unreachable there for a second. I was wondering, that was because it wasn't charged yet. Now it's charged, and now there's no more exchange of oxygen out here into space. Exactly as we want that, and exactly as that should be. And just for good measure, I'm also going to build those extra 2 pieces of ladder down here on the bottom right away, just so we can reach this area here as well. And you know what, why not? Come all the way down here and rip out the ladder that we have, and then rip out that igneous rock here as well. Might as well make that happen. Yes, it's going to be a little bit toasty. I'm sure we're going to get a few error messages here until our oxygen here dissipates once again, but that is okay. So, and right at this moment here, I am wondering if this thing here kickstarts once again, once we are going out of dormancy. Theoretically, it should. Theoretically, we shouldn't have to do a thing. But I guess we will see what happens. That is the interesting part. This is the first try ever of building the Tamer version 3.0 in a, well, self-powered mode. So we will see if that works. Okay. So far, so good. Down here on the bottom. Slowly but steadily. Making progress. Looks like a lot of stuff here has been cleaned up. That's nice to see. There's nothing left over here on the right side, just on the left. That is fine. Slowly but steadily, the rest will come out here as well. The biggest problem will, of course, be those 13.2 tons worth of iron. It used to be 16, so we already removed 3 tons. That is going to take a minute or two. And there's probably not a lot we can do about it. We do have this supply teleporter, and we have the other supply teleporter down in the bottom, so we have both available. That's also something that we could work on in the meantime. And we should work on in the meantime, realistically. So we have access to both of them whenever we need to. That would be great. So let's just do something like this here. A little bit of a side project, low priority, doesn't matter too much. But so we can, when we want to, at any given point in time. There we go. Something like this here. And this Bamus right here, you know what? We're just gonna kill it. Because at the end of the day, we don't have a choice. We have to go through here, if we like it or not. So we might as well get rid of it. We have plenty on the map. Let's grab it. Let's kill it. Let's eat it. Let's activate this here once we can. Deconstruct this door here once we can. And deconstruct this door here as well. And down here, looked like mercury for a second, but no, it actually is salt water. And it looks like we have a minor volcano down here that's also dormant, with a lot of water around it. Hydrogen vents all over the place. And it's quite interesting. There's Goliath. Yep, I foresaw that. It was clear that that would happen. But we have 2 more pieces of ladder left, and 2 more pieces of igneous rock to dig out, and it should be okay. Raymond in here, of course, is a little bit warm. Not much we can do until we get most of this iron here out and put it into our main tank for cooling reasons. But on the bright side, we do have now access to those 16 tons, so if we need it, we can do it. That's up top here once again. One last piece, guys, come on. We actually have glass right here. I don't think I've ever seen natural glass tiles just appear, so that's definitely new. New for this year, I mean. Obviously, they existed before, but just randomly appearing like this, that's a new one for me. In F6, looks like most of this here has been built at least. We are making progress around here. It is getting better. It is most definitely getting better. Yeah, that should be fine. There's one more thing that I want to do here. And that has to do with the vacuum that we need to generate in here. Might as well get already ready for that. Just because we will have to do it one way or another eventually. I'm just going to increase the area slightly. I was considering ripping out the liquid reservoir again, but you know what? Why not just leave it here and build us an extra 3 tiles right here. And have to do this. I'm down here with our ladder. That should be super simple. And should look something just like this here. Should be okay. And shouldn't cause too much trouble. We can also then... Yeah, let's build this here first, as a matter of fact. Let's come down here with a ladder. And let's make sure that right here, we just have a couple of pieces of insulated tile. So then the dudes can build, or better to say, dig right through here. Should look something like this here, but I don't want all this carbon dioxide in this area. So we're gonna build the insulated tiles first with our ladder right there. That should work without a problem. Oh yes, that's true. The phosphorus is preventing the water from cooling it directly. That is in fact a true statement. There are still 126 grams right here. So yeah, let's mop that up. Get it out of here. And also, guys, we never said to stop sweetening here. That includes also the iron. That's the word I was looking for. There we go. But slowly but surely, it is taking shape. Very, very good. Over here, everything's ready to roll. Like I said earlier, we are ready to go over there. I just don't want to divide my attention away from this here at the time being, because once we go to the other planetoid, we will probably spend a considerable amount of time over there. And Ahmed is here, says hello, Beer, how's it going? I'm doing just fine, Ahmed. How about yourself? And thank you very much for joining. There we go. This is complete. So let's put it in. And let's be done with it. That completes our loop here. Just the way it's supposed to be. And we're just going to fill our loop with whatever the hell we have down here. It doesn't really matter for this application, especially now that we have aluminum. It will be just fine, without an issue. Our conveyor shut-off is here. Very good. One thing that we haven't yet, that is of course power. So let's try that as well. That we put in our power wires. We can build them out of lead. It's totally fine. Let's go along here on the bottom. Let's come through here over to the right. That is actually not where we want to go in this particular case. We're just going to come up here straight through the middle. And I'm going to make it out of iron up here on the top. Just to be on the safe side. Let's connect it all together. That's everything that needs power. And that of course needs a power wire for that same reason. So let's make it happen. And let's make it good. All across the board here. Everything that's down here is required. So everything should be on a higher priority as well. And right now, yes, everything here has been dug up. Everything here has been done. Temperature is of course outrageous, but all of the oxygen that we let out through our door right here and everything else is most definitely going to dissipate into space. It's just a question of time. It's actually mainly carbon dioxide. That's actually quite fascinating. Not entirely sure where we got that much carbon dioxide from when this door here was literally gone for a majority of the time, but sure, why not? I mean, I'm also happy with carbon dioxide, I suppose. We can vent that into space just as much. It doesn't make a difference. And that will make it out here a hell of a lot safer for our dupes to walk around, even on this very, very hot igneous rock and everything else, once this here is a full vacuum, kind of like it is already over here on that right side. Very, very good. That is a problem that will solve itself, quite literally. Yeah, you got yourself stuck down here, aren't you? Actually, you're not stuck yet, but you're gonna get yourself stuck if you build this insulated tile. So please don't. Just don't. For once. Just don't do it. Yes, dig everything up. That's totally fine. Your oxygen's running low. You could get out of here. There we go. Good to see. Good to see. This actually worked for once. And now, with this one insulated tile right here, we can actually dig up all of this here without any danger of all of this carbon dioxide just sinking into our working area right here. That's the last thing we want, so let's try to avoid it to the best of our ability. Yes, of course, there we have it. Let's cancel this build here for right now. And let's also bring then this wire here over. We will need it right there. One extra one right here, because our door is only too high. And that should be everything that is required for this build here. That should literally be it. More steel is getting delivered. Very, very good. This here will be built very, very soon. One thing that we should do is go through our skills here real quick and check out our newer dupes. Specifically Equitime, for example, right here. Can go by now up to super hard digging. Why not give out those points, those extra points? So let's make sure we find the dupes that barely have anything over here, like Killjoy. We can see it here on the right number. He only has one skill point or one morale needed is actually what that means. But it tells us a hell of a lot more. For example, that we can do all of this here without too big of an issue. That gives 7 points. Keonis right here. Probably going to get you into suit sustainability training here soon. Your morale is a little bit low, so we're going to leave you. Digging for you is totally fine. Killjoy, we just did you. Let's see who else do we have. We have Malworth. Who else is on the low end of our list right here? Let's see. Now, looks like we have a few that are very, very high. We were a little bit overzealous for them. We could just solve our skill problems, guys, by scrubbing them basically more or less instantly. But for at the moment, as long as they hover around 80%, it's okay. For right now. Okay, so far so good. Water level has dropped by far less than I anticipated. I would have hoped it is a little bit more than that, but guess we didn't get quite that lucky. We can fix the problem in a different manner, though. We can just build us some mesh tiles right here, and then come with our ladder a little bit lower. And for example, dig something out like this here, to give this water here a little bit more space to drop down and get out of our bloody way. But this here is not a high priority build. The rest is in fact a little bit more on the high end. Yeah, how are we looking here with our natural gas? It looks like there's not a hell of a lot left. As a matter of fact, it looks like this pump up here is completely for nothing by now. It has no purpose anymore because it's only pumping oxygen and other nonsense that we really don't care about. The pump that's down here on the bottom still grabs some natural gas, so we gotta leave it. But yeah, this here is a complete waste of time, energy, effort, all of the above. So we're gonna rip this here out. So it's not in our way anymore, and it doesn't waste shit anymore. I do like suits, not the clean room ones though. Yes, not the clean room ones though. That is an important distinction indeed. Okay, very good. Let's see what we can do here. How much do we have left here on our iron? I don't even see any iron anymore. Where did it go? I guess it left because we had 37-degree water temperature. Maybe it was already moved. Were we that quick? I mean, it's possible. It is definitely possible. Only one way to find out, and that is with time. Let's just see what will be left here once we grab it all. And refined phosphorus is probably not in here. I had a feeling. If it's not on the bottom, it's also not on the top. Let's make sure we have that turned on. Same is true for aluminum and copper. No reason for that to be turned off up here on the top. So let's turn it on, and let's make sure it happens. And then we have our printing pod ready once again. And we are getting so many dupes, my god. We have a nice bed with ranching, rocketry, and cooking, is an interior decorator with a small bladder, and is a slow learner. Then we have 3 pike apple bush seeds. We have a Devon with tidying, +9 in strength, an animal lover but is Luddite, decreased machinery, and we have a Ruby with ranching, doctoring, and suit wearing, frostproof, handy, and with an irritable bowel. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat on YouTube, on Twitch, it doesn't matter the platform. Let me know in chat what you think we should do between those 5 options. And that is, of course, precisely what we are getting to do. Devin, get to cleaning. Looks like this tile here can now be built. This is not a death trap anymore, at least not as far as I can tell. But we are going to make sure that we rip out those ladders, put in the remaining insulated tiles, and make sure that we have connection here to power. That is one thing that we are currently lacking, as a matter of fact. Can't forget about that. That's going to be a simple matter of just connecting it up, though, to our 2 power stations over here. Very simple, very straightforward. Shouldn't be a problem at all. Okay. Slowly but steadily. It's coming together. It's getting done. It's happened. And I truly don't see any more iron here. Did we already remove all those 16 tons? There's no way. Apparently it happened, though. Apparently it happened. We're building, we're grabbing stuff. Most of the brine is getting picked up here by Goliath. Very, very nice. Get it out of here. Where are we putting that stuff? I'm just remembering. This here is actually more full than I need it to be. So this bottle emptier here doesn't need to exist anymore. We can get rid of it. We can also enable this building here once again, so we don't have to take the water only out of here at 43 degrees. Very good. That should hopefully solve a lot of our problems here. Also right here, our water level has by now dropped enough that we can actually have a little bit of gas in here. That's the first since we started. That's great to see. And in our F4 overlay, looks like we have somehow water inside of our airflow tiles, and salt water as well. Highly interesting. Not entirely sure how that's possible, but sure, why not? Why not? We're just gonna roll with it, I guess. Surprised this here doesn't break anything. Very odd. Very odd. But let's take a look. What do we have here around mercury? We don't have a storage for mercury. Of course not. That is okay though. That's fine. Let me take a look at the chat and see what you guys decided. We have... Let's see where we at. Right here. 1 vote for seeds, 2 votes for seeds, 1 for Devon, 2 for Devon, 1 for reject all, a 3rd for Devon, another 1 for reject all or the seeds, 1 for the strong dupe, and 1 for the reject all button. That would mean that Devon, the reject all button, and the seeds are all in the same, all got the same amount of votes. We need some sort of tiebreaker here, guys, between Pike Apple Bush, Devon, and Reject All. We have Music Kitty coming in with another Reject All vote. So Reject All is currently leading by 1. Charles Rogers with the Pike Apple Bush seed. And Seeds and Reject All are now in the lead. DMCS with Devon. All 3 are back at the same level once again. We need once again a tiebreaker. Please. That is not helpful. I need more votes. What do we want? Do we want the seeds? Do we want Devon, or do we want the Reject All button? If you guys don't make a decision, I will have to. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day here. So I'm gonna give you guys another few seconds here. And if not, we're gonna go with the seeds. I definitely take the seeds over the Reject All button. Better too many seeds than not enough. But we have Overkill coming in with Devon. Devon is in the lead by 1 vote right now. Are we going to get a Devon. The vote is going to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Devon it is. Devon it is. Okay. If we get a dupe, then we also need a name for our dupe. Do we have a volunteer for the meat grinder? I mean for our wonderful colony here, who would like to join? Close it, it's closed. It's Devon. It's Devon. We just need somebody who volunteers. First come, first serve. Members and subscribers first, chatters second. That is the order in which we do it. If you're fast enough as a normal viewer, now is your choice. Or now is your time. We have Doc number 27. Seems like he's the first and also the only one. Doc number 27. Welcome to the game. And thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Let's go in here and let's find old Doc. Surprised that we just got Doc in here for the first time. Usually Doc is a staple on this channel. Let's take a look here. Improve strength, of course. Improve strength, of course. Priorities for Doc number 27 are, where are we at here? Doc, where are you hiding? I wish to see it would be in order, but it's not. Full force across the board. You are tidying, supplying, and storing. We're at 69 current viewers. Nice. I mean, I would be just as happy about 69 current likes. If you get my meaning. Wink, wink. Okay, all good down here. Everything has been built as a matter of fact. Everything that can be removed here has been removed from the looks of it as well. Let me double check here one last time. Everything here needs to go. Everything here needs to go. Let's make that happen. And I think it is now also safe to mop down here. At least what we can mop. So let's see if we can make that happen as well. Is research done? Research is as done as it can be, I believe. Yeah. Yep. I believe that this year is just stuck at the 3 data analysis research. So we're just going to go on to projectiles and fill up novice, advanced, and applied science researches, because that's the best we can do for this moment. Let's set this here to a value so it shuts up about it. Later on it will complain, it's just a question of time, so let's do it now. Let's see if we can just make this here happen the way it is, please. We will need to rip out this here and put in some water. We're gonna do this here very, very shortly. That has to happen first. But first we need to mop. That has to happen before anything else. Who is suffocating and how? Equitant. Our newest dude. Doesn't know where the frick to go. That's great. That's just great. Great to see. I also just realized that our pitcher pump is all the way over here. That is not the smartest path for a dude to take to grab some water. Let's see if we can fix that up. Rather earlier than later, preferably, because, yeah, that's gonna be a problem if we don't do it this way. Overgrill says, glad I was able to watch live for the first time. I follow your videos after the streams, but I got to go and play Battlefield 6 beta with my son. I did not know Battlefield 6 has a beta. That's amazing. I'll watch your video later. Overkill, truly appreciate it. I hope you have a great time, and I hope it's a great beta. I really do. I really hope we get back to the days where Battlefield used to be great, because honestly, the last 2 iterations were questionable, in my book at least. Okay, are we literally having... Wait, what? Did a dude just grab it out of the pitcher pump and slap it up here? No way, right? Did I just watch it with my own eyeballs? No. Because, no, it's not on. Yeah, that's not it. I was about to say, there's no way. Hey, look at that. And why is Kionis dying? Why is Kionis dying? What are you doing, Kionis? We have nobody else on this planet who can mop other than you? Why is all this unreachable? What happened? Oh, this happened. That is an issue. I see how that's an issue. Goliath, I need you to get out of here. There's oxygen here, but it's not that big of an issue. You can get out there, you can take a breath, it's all fine. But yeah, something here is molten. That is something we definitely don't want. So dig up this ice right here. So that happens. Hopefully not again. At least not at any time soon. We should probably make it 3 high, to be very honest. And we should also dig up all the ice on the top right here to get it out of this area. F3 Wolf says 300,000 cheaters already detected by anti-cheat in Battlefield 6 beta. Oh god. If it detected 300,000, so what happened to the 3 million it didn't detect, I'm wondering. You know what I'm saying? Sebediah says, aren't we normally asking why Kionis isn't dying? Yes, I guess that is a fact. What are you doing here, Equitime? I'm truly, truly curious. What in the hell exactly is your prerogative that you're constantly running around down there? Are you trying to grab that water that is for some reason in here and put it? That's where it came from. I thought a dupe came from here, but a dupe came actually from here. That explains it. I guess I will also make this ladder here longer so the dupes don't have to go all the way around here. If they want to grab something from down here on the bottom, they might as well. But that is just ridiculous to watch, though. Okay, this one right here, I am going to disable this building. We are wanting to take water out of here. When we take a look at here, the water in here has a nice temperature, that's great. But we also have more and more ice down here at the bottom. And it's going to overflow here very, very soon. So when we use water for something, we should take it out of here and nowhere else. Jason Feltzer is here, says, hey all, how goes the game so far? So far, so good. Jason, not too much to complain here, doing great, honestly. Why are we not building one piece here of a conveyor rail? Just don't want to, don't feel like it, or what's the deal here? Either way, what we need is insulated tiles in these areas right here. And then we're gonna grab us some metal tiles right around here. Make them out of aluminum just because we can, and put them along here. And that should be the end of that. The conveyor rails right here, just as discussed earlier, we're going to connect and cancel. Then there's one more rail missing over here, one more down here in the ground. And this should be it. Not entirely sure why we're still not cleaning up all this stuff right here. Make it happen, dupes, we want it. And this here we're going to set to everything. Might as well put it in here. Why not? It doesn't really make a difference. The main problem is going to be to building this conveyor rail here, all the way through here, all the way up here to the top, and then we're gonna bring it all the way across here. It's going to be one hell of a long conveyor rail. There's absolutely no question. On the bright side though, it comes out of this output right here, which is great. We can just connect that in, so if we send something over from the other side, this here we would have needed anyway, if we liked it or not. And we need to grade it all the way to right here. That is basically the entire distance we have to build for this here to work proper. So let's make it happen. And then let's go from there. Let's make this here happen and this here as well. Don't need that anymore. So let's rip it out. Very, very good. Alright, more and more stuff is coming out. Actually, those mesh tiles here are completely for nothing. Now that we dug this here out, we actually accomplished what we set out to accomplish, so there's no complaint there. Let's rip these two here out as well. And once that is done, we're going to mop across the board here, just to make sure there's no fluid left in our path. Also right here, we need one more insulated tile. Can't forget about that. Very good. Plenty to do, dupes. We just gotta make it happen. They're going to have a safe boot and TPM as requirements in Battlefield 6 for anti-cheating. I don't think that matters too much, honestly. I don't think that matters too much. If somebody wants to cheat, they always find a way. There's plenty of people that do want to cheat. I still don't understand where this random brine here constantly comes from. I really, really don't. I don't see anything above. I don't see it melting anywhere, unless it's coming from right here. That would be the only explanation. If this here is melting, it drips down. But then I would still expect to see it right here, and I don't. Where is it coming from? I really don't know. I guess What I could do is I could just dig out this one tile right here and drop this here down just in case this here's a problem, but it shouldn't be. It's coming from the Rex. But it's right, it produces bloody brine ice, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. We gotta annihilate that sucker. Let's just get rid of it. Don't have a use for it here anyway, and we got plenty running around. That is the problem. The Rex, Demetrius. Son of a gun, you're right. And Katrina says, we have AI in our Wendy's here? What do you mean? What does it do? I want a hat from his feathers. Don't think that's how it works when we annihilate it. Don't think that's how it works. Unfortunately. Okay, let's bring up the priority again. Kind of forgot about that since, yeah, we reduced it for everything. Everything here, across the board, needs to get done. Because without it, it will not work. Therefore, we need it. All of it can be a 9. Especially the rails. The rails here can only be built by engineers anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. That is okay. And then last but not least, we will need one more airlock door that lives right here. That allows us then to enter this area right here once we get rid of the water. That has to happen as well. We're going to get rid of the nonsense that's in here right now, and then we're going to refill it up with wonderful water of our own. Probably brine. Be real. I don't think we have enough water down here. No, we don't. And we don't have any water nearby. I mean, water would be nicer because it looks better. But is it necessary? Does it make sense? Huh. That should be a blueprint. Oh, really? Huh. We will check that out shortly. Look at this here. Victor is coming through in one swoop, just filling it all. The other dupes bringing the materials. That's exactly what that should look like. That's how I imagine a build, how it is supposed to go. Unfortunately, we rarely ever see it going exactly like that as it should be. Several dupes bringing the materials, one dupe builds. That's how that should be. Very, very nice to actually watch that in the wild out there, I suppose. And it looks like the natural gas here is now so little that nothing matters anymore at this point going forward. There's no point in wasting our pipe capacity with oxygen. There's no point in wasting the energy. So let's make sure we get rid of the stuff right here. We don't need it anymore. Let's make sure it's all nice and it all makes sense. The rest here can still stay the same. Every once in a while we have some carbon dioxide that has to go into this pipe. It just is what it is. And that is fine. We can deal with that. As long as we can get rid of this pump right here. Because this pump right here is definitely creating a much larger bottleneck than this tiny little bit of carbon dioxide here ever will. Kind of like what we are watching right now. Look at this. Somebody, please, kill this pump. Please. Faster the better. Nope. Nobody wants to kill this pump. There we go. The pump is dying. Very good. Now it should go a hell of a lot smoother. Very soon. Well, we still have the bottleneck down here from this gas pump. Are you actually making any sense? I don't think you are, honestly. I don't think you are, honestly. I think that down here on the bottom is so little carbon dioxide that it makes 0 sense to actually pump right here. I think where we should pump, if anywhere, it's much further up here and try to get rid of this random ass chlorine gas and get that out of our base. And I think that is precisely what we are going to try to do. Since passively trying to drop it down doesn't seem to work, well, let's try it with the hammer. Why not? Like we said earlier, this here is not really utilized, therefore we can't afford to put even more on here. It's not an issue, it's not a problem. And all we have to do is this here. That is no issue whatsoever, as long as we build one single piece of ladder right there. Oops, let's make this here happen, and let's start pumping out this random chlorine gas here. Get it out of our base. The sooner, the better. Great, venting it into space is the plan here. Katrina says we order and the AI does the ordering. It's weird. I don't understand what that means. Like, I personally use AI a lot. I mean, a lot. On a daily basis in my private life, just as much as in my work life. And I do not see the value that it brings to a Wendy's drive-thru or a Wendy's ordering thing. I think the gas is from the small blue dinosaur when they eat. The small blue dinosaur is bugged out. I can't select it. Ah! There is a single pixel here somewhere. Ah, I got it. I got it. What is the turtle actually doing? Let's see. It does eat a dewdrip and it does release bleachstone or chlorine gas. You are 100% correct. I just don't know those new critters good enough yet. That is my problem. I just don't know what their outputs are from the top of my head. Let's kill that sucker. I mean, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. But even, well, if it releases straight gas, I see how it is a problem. If it releases bleachstone, we should be putting it into right here. We do have bleachstone storage over here. 2 of those bins here are specifically for that purpose. So we will see how that goes. I keep seeing people break the AIs and drive-thrus by trying to order like 10,000 of each item. Oh my god. They need a closed ecosystem with the Rex. Yes, they do. That is the one part that I do know. Rexes eat turtles. But what the outputs are, I couldn't have told you. I'm not gonna lie. I had no idea. Up until just a moment ago. And it looks like we have a Bamus egg right here. I mean, just killed the Bamus, but it had an egg underneath it. Oh god. Looks like we picked up a little bit more brine here, but we still have several tons of brine left, my god. I'm wondering where we are putting that brine. And I'm wondering why we are not building this here, because we have barely any shale, that's why. We need to stop building shit out of shale, because if we try to, the dupes are just not doing it. I'm gonna build 1 bottle emptier here, and you know what? Why not? Let's just build another one right here. And make it specifically for brine. That should speed up the process here quite drastically. Give it a high priority. So yeah. Don't you have a seed for a salt? A dash of salt wine? I don't know. Do we have a dash of salt wine? We do have a dash of salt wine seed. That does utilize chlorine, but I also have a cool chlorine gas vent right here. I am not lacking chlorine gas. I just don't want it right here. And again, we're not lacking it. If we want to utilize the dash of salt wines, we can. At any point in time. Without an issue. But first, I really want to have this shit here vented into space. The sooner the better. This here is also built out of shale, and that's why it's not working. Somehow we have shale somewhere. And it's apparently in a position where it just is not reachable, but the game thinks it's reachable. It's something along those lines. But let's build it literally out of something else, for all I care. Even out of thin borrower, because it's very temporary right here. It doesn't make a difference. We're just trying to get this carbon dioxide here out, and then, in extension, the chlorine gas right above it as well. I think that's going to make a world of a difference. Okay, very, very good. Then we have our gas reservoir up here for our natural gas generators, causing no problems whatsoever. Our airlock door is coming in, very, very nice. And we're gonna set this here to brine. So the dupes now have... Wait, what? Didn't I just say brine? I didn't say, hold on, where is it at? Enable building, yes. I didn't say disable, I said set it to brine. Printing pod again, waiting, probably. Both of them actually. So let's take a look. What do we have here? We have once again 3 dupes. God damn it. We have a Frankie with suit wearing, +9, has an iron gut and is a kitchen menace. Then we have a Steve with the digging and rocketry. Also has an iron gut, a green thumb, is frostproof, and is also a kitchen menace. And then last but not least, we have Joshua over here. With farming, ranching, and building, is skilled in super duper hard digging, has an iron gut, and is a mouth breeder. Last but not least, we have the Saint. And the reject all button on the bottom is always our friend. Those are the 5 options we have available, the 4 on the top, 3 dupes, the sand, and the reject all button. Let me know in chat what we should do, and that is of course what we are going to do as well. We have another 17 cycles to go here, no problem. Did I put everything in? Let me double check myself. In F6 we do have the loop and it's good. In F7 we have nothing and that is fine for right now. That will change very shortly right here. As a matter of fact, there's absolutely nothing stopping us from ripping out those 2 insulated tiles already. Might as well. And then we can also start putting in the infrastructure that we need. For ventilation, we will grab us a vacuum pump that is going to live right there. We are going to grab us a gas pipe that's just going to come somewhere up here. It doesn't really matter too much. And then once again in ventilation, last but not least, we need a gas vent. Also power. But that's it. We're going to build all of this here. And as soon as this last little piece of brine here is out, we are going to make sure that we are going to fill this here with the appropriate amount of water. And then we go from there. Also, we're going to say send a green signal if above 200 degrees. And here we're going to send a green signal if above -5 degrees. Actually, we will have to see. We don't have enough polluted water nearby here to fill up this loop, do we? No, that's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough to fill up this loop. Therefore, we will probably go with brine. And brine-wise, we are looking at a freezing point of -22.5 degrees. So we can actually go a little bit colder than -5 here. No problem whatsoever. Very, very good. And no, I'm still going to put water in here. Not brine, just so we don't have the salt sitting all over the place. Once it evaporates, it becomes steam. Or boils, better to say, and becomes steam. That's why we are still going to have our dude carry in some water from lands far, far away. We have 500 kilograms right here, but you know what? Screw it, it's not even worth messing or trying to mess with that. Okay, that's the last thing that right here that we need. Literally, as soon as that's done, we're good to go. I am going to snip this here off for right now. We don't want to waste the power for the vacuum pump. There's no point in doing that, so we're not. And right here, we also have no point anymore in having a liquid lock and sending our dupes through it constantly. So we're going to get rid of this here as well. Very simple, very straightforward. And I believe how I'm going to do this here is, I think just to get rid of the liquid, everything is too much, obviously. We are just going to dig out over here towards the left and get rid of those 2 tiles right here. That will move all the stuff over here into this random area, and it should get low enough that we can then mop the rest, and the dudes shouldn't have to walk through here anymore right after that. Fill the rest up with ladders, just because we can, to allow the dudes to walk a little bit easier through here over course of time as well. Just simple quality of life improvements for our dudes right here. Looks like we're grabbing more brine. Very good. Somebody's always coming by, grabbing one, putting it into here, and grabbing another one and carrying back up to the base. And that is actually totally fine. No problem with that whatsoever. And once again, one less source for dupes to get wet feet here. Very, very good. That's exactly what we want. And that's what we're gonna get as well. Okay. Very soon we should actually already be able to turn this one here onto water. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't interact with our brine or nothing. So we can just start this here. And once again, if you remember, this here has a total area of 30 tiles. If we want to have 50 kilograms per tile in here, we need 150 kilograms per tile of water. Down here on the bottom, that gives us 50 kilograms per tile of steam in our entire tamer. That's the plan. Okay, we're basically done here, and then we will send a dupe over to our new planetoid, basically right away. We just wanted to make sure that we get this iron volcano here before we do anything else. That was the smart move, and that's the move that we are making as well. Okay, let's take a look back into our blueprint right here, and let me see what we have. We have 1 vote for sand, 2, 3 for sand, 1 for Steve, 4 for sand, 1 for Frankie, 5 for sand, and over on Twitch, another vote for sand. Sand wins. The yays have it. Let's go then. There we go. 600 kgs left. That's not a lot. And that's okay. And down here on the bottom, we can now close this here off for good with our insulated tile made out of igneous rock. Exactly as that should be. Very, very good indeed. Right here, I'm also going to go ahead and make this here all insulated, just as we usually would, and come all the way up here with our ladder, just as we usually would once again. And Velvet Lies, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay, water is coming up, 20 kilograms. We're getting there. And Velvet Lies also with the Prime sub. Thank you very much for Jeffrey's money. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you. Let me kill this, let me kill that, and let me kill this. That will get the dupe stuck, but it also should give him the appropriate amount of materials to hopefully build these ladders, or I just am wrong about that and we are rather building the insulated tiles here first. Smart dupes, smart. Like it. Ready to just put that material? Didn't you just have put it in there? I thought I just watched you do that. Apparently I'm wrong about that. That is a problem. Oh god. What do we have down here? Granite? Sure. Let me build those two pieces here. Out of granite. Apparently our material just disappeared into the abyss. As it sometimes does, I suppose. There we go. That allows the dupes to get out when they want to. That's what we want. What is the gas surrounding the conveyor meter? Gas surrounding the conveyor meter is apparently polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen. Kind of hard to see, yes. And that is totally fine. We are allowed to have for our conveyor meter anything in here we want, because the conveyor meter is one of the buildings that doesn't have an overheat temperature. So as long as we don't reach its melting point, which is at 1500 degrees, we are just fine. And I don't foresee that happening. In case that is why you were asking. Not entirely sure words, but in case it was, here's the answer. Alright, slowly but steadily making headway here. Down here on the bottom, we are approaching the 60 kilograms per tile. That's very good to see. Down here, this bottle emptier here is not needed anymore now that all the brine is out. Don't really care about brine anywhere else. That is a non-issue for us. And now we just have to finish it. We just have to put the 60 kilograms in here. We can get rid of the automatic dispenser, close it off right here, close off that last tile right here, and then last but not least, turn on our vacuum pump. Super simple, super straightforward. Works every single time without an issue. Okay, let's close it on the right side. I don't think, let me double check everything one last time to make sure we don't have anything left in here that we would have to do from the right side. I don't think so. You can come in from the left, it's all good. My initial thought was something dumb about thermal exchange, but I realized that was irrelevant well before typing the question. I was still curious, so I asked anyway, even though, as you said. And that's totally fine. I just made an assumption, and apparently I was wrong. And that's totally fine. Any answer would have been fine. Any gas. Yes, that is correct. Any gas is totally fine for this bit. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We are approaching 80 kilograms, 85 kilograms. Nope, 80 kilograms. A little bit more. And we will get this here done. How's our pump doing down here? It looks like we are now pumping some stuff out of here. Hopefully, a lot of the chlorine gas. Take a look here. It's definitely a mixture between chlorine gas and polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen was clear. We have plenty of it below us, but that is also okay. Doesn't really matter. We're just gonna get all of the stuff here straight out into space. And by the way, in case you're wondering, this pipe here goes literally straight all the way to space. All the way. How are we looking on our left side over here? Basically nothing left. Look at the temperature. It has dropped due to the low mass. The lower the mass gets, the lower the temperature gets as well. It's always very nice to see. And yeah, very, very soon we are able to walk with our dupes out here without atmosuits, without a problem, and make our way towards this volcano here as well. That is the main thing that we want to tame, because again, we're down to 217 kilograms now. We used to be at 256 at the beginning of the stream, but we do have space exposure right here. So no, this here will not just turn itself off and stay like that indefinitely. Unfortunately. A liquid would be fine too. A solid would entomb the meter, and vacuum would probably cause it to melt. But it will take a very, very long time to melt. A vacuum would still not cause it to melt. A vacuum would do nothing to it, honestly. Because we are setting it up that the temperature is 200 degrees, so even if the debris were to interact with the conveyor meter, which to the best of my knowledge it does not, it wouldn't go over 200 degrees Celsius. Therefore, it should be a non-issue. While the dupes are chilling, might as well give another command up here to clean this here up. How did the base cleaning go, by the way? It looks like everything that I asked the dupes to clean has been done. Probably they did that first in all reality before they did anything else, just due to proximity. So yeah. Doesn't the meter produce waste heat? I don't think it does. I don't think it does anything heat-wise. I don't think it does, honestly. At least I don't see anything. I don't think it produces heat, and I don't think it cares about heat. It's a very, very, very odd building. Okay, few more kilograms. We're at 120. That would already work, but we're gonna try to get 150, 160, and then we're done here. Just gotta turn on the vacuum pump. That's not gonna take a hell of a long time. There's not that much material in here. We're looking at 300 grams of powder, so that's not too crazy by any stretch of the imagination. But yes, when we remember what this area looked like when we started, I would argue it is looking a hell of a lot better right around now. Let's get rid of a few pieces of ladder right here, just to make it nice and even and straight right here, for no real other reason than that. Okay, other than that, we are at 120 still. Somebody bring me 2 more bottles. That's all we need. 2 more bottles of 200 kgs each, and we are through. Super simple and straightforward. And we can close it off. And we can be done with this here for the time being. And while we are pumping this here out, we're also going to start filling up our loop right here. We're just going to come out with a pipe. And I'm just going to put in, no reason to pause the game for that, a filtered liquid pump. We're just going to have it live down here. We're just going to set it to brine. I don't want to mix materials in my liquid storage. Therefore, the filtered version of it, or better to say, for that reason. Everything that we are building here is temporary. Materials, yada, yada, yada. None of it matters. We are just going to build it, fill up the loop, and call it a day, basically. Simple and straightforward. And Killjoy on YouTube with 5 gifted memberships. Killjoy, thank you very, very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate that. And it looks like Marco, Stochastic Turtle, another Marco, 2 Marcos got a gifted membership. What are the odds on that? Kia and Sean, all 5 of you got a membership from Killjoy. And once again, thank you very much for that. Truly appreciate your insane support, Killjoy. Okay, let's bring this in here. Let's make it happen. We are at 160. Sure, let's make it 180 for good measure. Just because we can. And let's kill this. And let's kill that. Also, let's turn this here off so we don't put another bottle in here for no particular reason. It doesn't really give us any benefit. So we might as well not. But then, last but not least, insulated tile right there, and we are good to go to turn this here on. Might as well already start it, just because. It will help already a little bit. Even if it's not a lot, it will be a bit. Okay, okay. Very, very nice. We can immediately go ahead. The question is, what are we going to do with the power production from our steam turbines right here? I mean, at the moment, it's rather pointless. There is no power nearby in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the deal is here. Okay. Just the pump is missing. Do we have 200 kilograms of nickel laying around? I would argue we do. We should. One would think. Come on, dupes. Goliath, where you at, my man? You are far, far away. Far, far, far away. That will take another minute. Thankfully, it doesn't matter too much. Our vacuum pump here is still hard at work. I think that is fine. You have natural gas right there. I do have natural gas right there, but even the natural gas is just connected with a normal power wire because there's really no need to do anything else with it. I guess I will just connect this here together. Probably have to change my power wire and have to put in one extra component for that, which is a power transformer, but other than that, it will just save us natural gas, I suppose. That's going to be the entire purpose of those steam turbines right here. That's gonna be the best that we can do here, probably. Let's build out of iron because we got plenty, might as well. Let's bring it over here, let's bring it up there, and then last but not least, let's bring in a watchman plate right there. And then let's bring the heavy rod conductive wire all the way up to the top. Yeah. This power cable here just looks bad right this moment. Let me do it like this here. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's going to look better overall. And then we're also going to change a couple things up here. Let me see what kind of space we have available here. On this wire, we have currently 2,150 watts, but that is only because of the pump, so we can power all of this here, no problem. With one singular wire, it is totally fine. Let's go to power. Let's grab us the large power transformer. It doesn't really fit anywhere nicely, does it? Not really, but that's okay. Let me see here. It will just live here for a long time, and it will be just happy the way it is, honestly. Honestly, it will be just okay. Like this here, we're gonna change these here over very, very shortly, once we have this here built the way it's supposed to be. And as a matter of fact, now just thinking about it, it would be actually much, much better if we don't do it this way at all. And what we do instead is this here. Why not? Once we have this here in, the rest can stay the same. It can still come through here and down. That's totally okay. Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. That's gonna look probably the best it will ever look. And it will be as functional as well. Very, very good. That should be okay. And that will also allow us to come with this cable right here. Probably just right underneath it. And it will look something like this here. All we need for that is something like a normal tile or even an airflow tile. You know what, it doesn't make a difference. Let's put a normal tile right underneath here. So our large power transformer, it doesn't complain about, well, not having a floor, I guess. Looks like we have this here built, which allows us to rip all of this here out safely without any repercussion. Very good and very simple. As that should be. Okay. So far, so simple. Now we can connect this here up the way it's supposed to be. That's where it's supposed to go. And we can also plop in the second one. Very, very good. Ludus Artifacts is here, says moin 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 Ludus, how you doing? Thanks for joining today, truly appreciate that. Hope you're having a good one so far. And we're also going to officially and legally start the pumping process. And all I'm gonna do is, I'm just going to snip this here off. I don't want to start the rotation quite yet. I just want pure brine to be pumped into this area right here. And again, the only reason that we're using brine is, in case you're wondering, well, because it's nearby. Might as well utilize the resources that we have close to us and not try to go super duper fancy here. Let's take these here up a notch to a 7, just so it goes a little bit faster. Everything that's on the inside right here, we can take back down to a 5, just so it looks a little bit normal later, in case we're ever looking for issues. Will you close the tamer after the water tank right here? Yes. Oh, we already have a vacuum. My goodness, look at that. Yes, we will close the tamer off right here in a minute. As a matter of fact, that minute has basically already arrived because we have a vacuum in there. That's all we need. So we can rip all this nonsense here out and be done with it and call it a day. That basically completes our tamer. Very, very nice indeed. Container right here. This here is going to get hooked up here very shortly. And then we're just going to change this here over to a heavy wire conductive wire and rip out the wire that's going over here to the left because it will get powered from here. Very simple, very straightforward. Just saying short high because it's 23:45 and tomorrow will be a long day in the city of Nuremberg and also a long drive to and back with the Deutsche Bahn. So hi and tschüss. Yes. If you're taking the Deutsche Bahn, then I can imagine that that might take a little bit extra time. I hope you got that planned in. I hope you got that planned. Okay. Nothing to complain so far. Looking good. Okay, everything's closed off, everything's fine, everything's been ripped out. This here is now erupting, which is of course worst case scenario for what we are trying to do here. What else would it be? I am immediately going to replace this here all the way through with heavy but conductive wire, which will basically mean that only the front one here is going to keep this powered. If we snip it off, that's what I'm trying to avoid for as long as possible, especially once it's erupting, so we are not overpressuring this little area right here and basically wasting natural gas. If we can stop that from happening, might as well try. Might as well try, if nothing else. Also, another thing, another blueprint. Do we have one? Yes, we do. So let's take a look at what we roll. Ooh. The egg cracker, look at that, just like Mima used to have a handy cracker. Never seen that, I didn't even know that the crackers have blueprints in nifty quality. I want to see that thing right away. Where is our egg cracker? Don't we have one? I could have sworn we had some, we had one sitting around here somewhere. Right here, there you go, knew we had one. We already have two, we have a blossom cracker too. I had no idea that we had this one. But this is the one we just got. Just like Mima had, as it said. Definitely that's our favorite. So we are definitely going to put that one in. That's nice. I had no idea that this one here has a blueprint. And you know what? Let's make this one here look fancy as well. One less sweep in the tamer for the materials from the pump. Also, as word said, the tank is full. The tank is full. Show me the tank. Yep, the tank is full. How often have I done that in my life? I don't even know. But that is totally fine, honestly. All we're gonna do is this here. Don't need anything else. Because we do have all this area down here that's open. I'm just going to say below for right now. And I'm going to click this here into place. And it should just work. Because we didn't fill up the bottom first. Not this time around. Not this time around. Should be fine. Okay, one last sweep. I agree with that statement as well. Across the board here, everything, everywhere. Just grab it all out of here. And then we can close it off and be done with it. Very, very nice. Did we take care of our power issues on the top here? Not quite yet. But we will very shortly. Let's see, actually. I should be able to just make this here up already. There's really nothing stopping us from just doing it all across the board here. Yes, it's complaining, and yes, it shows high outputs, but that is only because the potential generation down here from the steam turbines is calculated in. But that's not going to happen. It's not on yet, so nothing can happen. It's actually totally okay. The way it is. There we go, it is connected. It is full. That's fine. This one here is actually breaking. Why are you breaking? How are you breaking? potential load. Yes, the potential load is high, but you shouldn't have broken. Why did you? When does the... We don't know. I don't know. The aluminum volcano... Actually, it is already active. Wow, look at that. I was about to say I don't know because we never got to the point to analyze it. But look at that. It apparently did turn itself back on. Exactly as we wanted it to do. No power required. Very nice. So a version without outside power is absolutely possible. Sorry, I meant the volcano you just tamed. Oh, that's iron. 11 cycles. No, we don't have 30 cycles left. We have 11 cycles left. What is breaking right now? It shouldn't have a chance to break. Current load is 4,000. How can it be 4,000? Because we're feeding it twice in. I understand. That makes sense. That is something we can't do because it's basically a back loop. It puts those the power from the large power transformer back into the system. Yep. That is of course a mistake. That here has to be ripped out. That is fixed now and should be fine. From here on out basically. Also we can basically rip this here out, rip this here out, rip this here out, and rip this here out, and make this here our new norm. On top of our tamer right here. That's where our dude's gonna walk around, and that should be just fine. Very, very good. Looks like the inside was cleaned as well, so we can close it off now. And as soon as it's closed off, we can also turn this one here to above, which basically turns on our thermal aqua tuner, and that should be also just fine. Starting to heat up the water. It's not gonna get into steam territory without any external help, and the external help is of course the iron volcano. One more ladder right here for good measure. Yeah, that looks about as good in this area here as it will ever get. Oh look, it's printing pod time. It is printing pod time. You do have a good point there. This was also the first time that we just got the tutorial in cycle 306 for power circuits. Now that's interesting. Okay. Let's choose a blueprint right here. We have pemmican, 7,800 kilocalories. We have a May with rocketry and operating, has shriveled taste buds, a small bladder, and a squeamish. We have a Nicola with wrenching and suit wearing, has churn resistance, and is a kitchen menace. And we have a Lyra with supplying and building, is a quick learner, is an interior decorator, and has allergies. Those are our 4 options on the top, a total of 3 dupes or 1 food item, and the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think we should do, and that is of course exactly what's going to happen, as always. And apparently I just realized we also need a couple more fridges for good measure. The PV can is going to be good when we go to space for the first time. That is a very true statement right there. PV can of beer, right? Okay, so far so good. Everything here should be fine now. I don't really see a reason to leave anything open. Let me double check one last time. Everything's connected. We don't need the pump anymore. We don't need anything anymore. As a matter of fact, we can rip all of this here out. We can rip all of this here out. We can rip the pump out. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. We can put in right here a handful of tiles. We don't need this here open anymore. Let's build the left side first though. Let's make that happen. And that should be just fine. And now there's also really no reason anymore to keep those areas here separated from each other. So I believe what I am going to do as well is I'm going to make sure that we're going to rip out this nonsense right here. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore. Do need this here. And just once again, for the dudes to reach stuff a little bit easier, let's make sure that we also put 1 extra ladder down here to reach this stage here as well. If we ever want to go down here, for example, to the betas or whatever else, we can do so whenever we please. Okay. What is the temperature of the brine in the tank that goes to the aqua tuner? We are looking at 39.1 degrees. We did use it earlier to cool it down, so it is nice and warm. The aqua tuner here has quite a lot to do to keep up, there's no question. But I have full faith that our aqua tuner here will get it done. No issues at all. Okay, other than that though, yeah, looking good. Back to our blueprint. That's what I meant. Let me see here. We have one vote for Lyra, one for Reject All, and another for Lyra. Lyra got 2. We have Pemican, and Beer. Only Beer, but also Pemican. And Pemican on Twitch as well. Pemican it is. And what I'm gonna do is in consumables, we're gonna turn that off right away if I find it. Where is that stuff? That is a nutrient bar, that is a mush bar, that is a mush fry. That's the Pemican. Let's kill it for everybody. Nobody's allowed to eat it. It's not gonna go bad either, so it doesn't matter. We are going to keep that for space trap. Also, let's do this. And while we're at it, once again, let's do that. Might as well clean up those areas here a little bit better. Let's make sure that we also clean up this area right here. And actually, I just realized, I saw earlier that we are missing one rose bush, and it's apparently only a single one that we are missing as of right now to make it full. How many plants do we have in here? We have a Mimica bud, we have a sweatcorn stalk, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we should be easily capable of digging up one ring rosebush right here, still keep it as a park, and use that one rosebush up here where it belongs to fill this one up as well. Very nice. Also, our earlier efforts to beautify this area here a little bit, how did that work out? Not too well, apparently. Not too well. What I don't like is that our decor is a little bit on the low end on the inside of here. Can we do something about that? I'm wondering. Where's the hanging pot? Let's plop in a hanging pot. Let's see, this one here is 5. So smack that in the middle, and let's see if we can find 4 plants that we can fill this here up. We have Bliss Burst, Jumping Choya, perfect. Maybe a Spore Kit or 2, sure, why not? Might as well at this point. Just for the fun of it, I suppose. That didn't work at all. Didn't work either. That works. Let's get those in here. And as a matter of fact, let's give it a high priority. So you dupes will actually do it. I know you guys too well. And that is not going to happen otherwise. Does the Mimic count as a plant? Tells you on the sign. I'm assuming it counts as a plant, right? Tells you on the sign. I don't know. Let's just see. Room overview. Where are you at? Room overview. Right here. This here is a nature reserve. And that's what it should be. So apparently it counts. I guess. We only need 4 wild plants, and I think we have 4 wild plants even without the Mimica. Yes, we do have Quick Stock, a Snactus, a Ring Rose Bush, and the Speckcorn Stock. So we have 4 even without the Mimicas. So yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it counts or not. Either way around, it works. Okay, very, very nice. Let's clean up this area here a little bit as well. Just because we can. Just a complete eyesore. Once you dupes have time, scrap the stuff here. Again, it doesn't have to be now, just if nothing else is going on. The water temperature here... Since this water here is so warm, we may actually get steam after all. Usually we don't, because I thought that the water is cold, but I forgot we used it to cool down this entire area, so yeah. Very, very good indeed. Thermal tuner is going. We have another 9.4 cycles for this here to turn on, and then we will see what it does. And yeah, of course, it will help out our natural gas generators here, at least a little bit. At the moment, these things here are working overtime, mainly because our thermal tuner is working overtime as well. Gotta keep that always in mind too. Very, very good indeed. Okay. Did we ever make it down here? Yes, we did. That is another thing that I wanted to check if that actually happened. Yes, it did. We can... this one here. Oh yeah, it was already activated. That's right. We gave him that command earlier. That was apparently completed. But we have access to it, to the input. If we want to send something over to the other side, we can do so. And, of course, vice versa. That is great. And I'm almost semi-considering just hooking up an oxygen pipe to this input right here and feeding oxygen straight over to the other side, so we don't have to deal with that right away. But we will see how that goes here shortly. How are we looking up here on the top? We are at basically nothing. We're looking at micrograms here, 19 to be precise. This here should become a vacuum basically any moment now. There is nothing left here. We can sit that out for sure. Yeah, that's so little. So little. That's not gonna hurt us in any way, shape, or form. That's great. That's great. The right side already has it, which is even better. The problem is the right side doesn't have access, but we can dig our way. Basically, straight across here to connect the left and the right side together. That would be a good idea in the first place. But yes, number one on the list is specifically this volcano right here. So if we could dig our way in here, and at the bare minimum close off the space exposure tiles, those three right here, before we reach 100 or below 150 kilograms, that would be great. That would help us out greatly, because it basically just keeps this volcano here in control for as long as we need it to. The BierTier tunnel? What? Channel? What? What are we talking about here, Kion? Okay, water is up to 99 degrees. We should see some steam here very, very shortly. Apparently we have... Wait, what? We have some carbon dioxide in here? How did that happen? How did we get CO2 in here? I just hope it is enough that it will just become a vacuum once we put in a bunch of steam in here. Let's see. I hope that I just am lucky enough for that kind of nonsense. Let's introduce more and more heat, get more and more steam, and let's see what the carbon dioxide does. The tunnel that connects England to Europe. Oh, I see what you're referring to now. Looks like we have now one tile of carbon dioxide in here. And it weighs a total of 132 grams. Yeah, I don't think that will get annihilated, but maybe we are lucky. We have seen crazier things where random tiles literally just disappear. So maybe we get lucky here too. And even if not, on the bright side, it is carbon dioxide. So it is heavier than steam. Therefore, it will not block a nozzle. Therefore, in all reality, it's not an issue whatsoever. Always got to keep that in mind as well. If it is lighter than the steam, it becomes an issue really, really quickly. But if it's not, it's fine. Alright, everything's steam, and we are still at 12 degrees Celsius. So we still have a lot of cooling to do around here. And our thermal aquatuner is still not going to turn off anytime soon for what we're doing here. But our brine looks like coming out now at -2 degrees. That's very, very good to see. And we are cooling down our steam turbines here as well. Let's close this here off to reduce the amount of heat that is exchanged. We're still exchanging heat out of here, out of the top, no matter if we like it or not, because we have the heavy but conductive wire bridge right here. That one will conduct heat once again. If we like it or not, that is just part of how it works. Not a hell of a lot we can do here. But it looks like the dupes are very bored because they already cleaned up all this stuff right here. That's nice to see. But yes, this here is going to turn on very, very soon. Already gone? Is it already gone? Oh, it's still here. It's still here. What happened? I have no idea. I don't know how we actually got carbon dioxide in here. A dardle is stuck in the left wall of the steam turbines. A dardle is stuck in the left wall of the steam turbines. You are correct. Stupid dardle. Get out of there and die. Well, that doesn't happen again. Yeah. Now you got yourself stuck in here. Good job, good job. Now we have meat that we gotta get rid of. Is our steam turbine actually already turning on? Yes, we're already at 125 degrees. God damn. The steam turbine is already helping out the natural gas generators a little bit at about 230 watts. That's nice to see. That is for sure. But now we just gotta get this meat out of here. And then we're gonna close it off and be done with it. I have seen it. I've killed it. Efficiency. Right? Can we get this one piece of meat out of here, please? Real quick. Thank you. Appreciate that. There it goes. Now we can close it off for good. and stop wasting more of our cold energy that we are pumping in here. Actually, from the left side, we are actually cooling. But our steam turbines are actively producing heat now, which of course puts even more strain on our thermal echo tuner, I mean. But that is totally fine. We're down to 2 degrees. We're gonna stay here. Let me think about this. -8 should be fine. So let's go with -8 for our brine coolant. I don't see an issue with that at all. And then let's close these here off. And all of these here can now get a number 5. Yep, that's totally okay. So that looks somewhat normal. Except this here. We still want to do that. Planko and Chill is here and says, been following your series and realized today that the meteor was only a few days ago. Thought I had found an older series. No, this is a still active series. It did take us a little while because I did take a vacation in Germany, so it is technically older, but it is still actively being played because I was basically gone for a month. There's that. Freezing point of brine is -22.5 words. Blanco says, glad to have found you. I struggle in this game. Trust me, a lot of people do. I did as well when I started it. That's just how it goes. But the more you play it, the better you get. Just like with most things in life. And that is a good thing. And playing this game just makes you better in overall skills, in my opinion. It definitely enhances critical thinking and problem solving. I guarantee you that. Hopefully the CO2 can be deleted when water drops on top of it. That may actually already have happened here. Because I don't see it anymore. Yep, it's gone. It's gone. It got deleted. Very nice. A self-solving problem is my personal favorite problem. There is no question. And Planko and Chill, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. I truly appreciate that. Some dupe probably exhaled when dismantling the pump. A dupe shouldn't exhale in a vacuum, though. That is not how that's supposed to work. As far as I'm aware, at least. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened. I truly am not. Let's see. -18 degrees on our brine. And over here, Super Delta Craft is here. It says, hi, been with Zurich. Hi, I'm back. I would appreciate it if we could keep it in English, though, Super Delta Craft, so everybody can understand it. Have the masks, not the suits. Do the masks behave differently? Do the masks actually allow him to exhale in a vacuum? Because I actually don't know that. I use the mask so rarely. It doesn't look like it in this game because we have masks everywhere. We have masks here. We have masks here. We have masks here. It looks like I'm using masks all the time, but I actually barely ever use them. They might exhale in a vacuum if they're wearing an oxygen mask. I never played much with them. Same here. Was this chat not German? Not a German stream back when you streamed the Ice Age DLC? No. It has never been Super Delta. I have only ever made videos and streams in English. I do understand German, obviously, but rules are we are communicating in English. Okay, so far so good. Everything looks great. The thermal echo tuner now turned off as well. There's really nothing wrong. That's strange, I recall wrong, I imagine. That may well be. Because, yeah, I can guarantee that this has always been an English-speaking channel. Even though I'm German. Around here, we are speaking English. Okay, what are we looking at here? Our gas masks here are rather on the low end from the looks of it. Yeah, let's put another one in here, another bottle in here, or another bottle of oxygen to speed the recovery here up, even though it doesn't matter too much anymore because now we are basically done with the brunt of the work. So it should be all good. They would exhale CO2 if they wear an oxygen mask. Okay, but that would be then why we have CO2 in this area. That would explain it. I was not aware of that. That is, yeah. Just unfortunate, I suppose. Let's just dig our way over here real quick. Cheery is here, says, hi, nice to see you live. Cheery, very nice for you to join today as well. Truly, truly appreciate that. But I think here we are pretty good. I mean, yes, we're still waiting for this thing here to erupt. Is there anything else that is pressing on this planetoid that needs to be addressed rather quickly? We do have this minor volcano right here that is dormant that we could tame, but it's not really necessary. We do have this hydrogen vent down here that is currently dormant as well that we could tame. We also have this minor volcano that is currently dormant. Holy shit, everything is dormant around here. This one here is not. This one is not. This one here is also dormant. They're all freaking dormant. This is crazy. Only one of the vents that we have not currently tamed is dormant. So I guess I'm just gonna ask you guys. The stream is frozen as you talk about the volcano. I don't see a problem on my end, Super Delta Craft. I don't know. Can't really see that there is an issue on my end. In a worst case scenario. Just reload. But yes, I'm guessing I'm just going to ask chat. How about that? I guess we have several options available. We can make our way down here and check out the minor volcano, and we can analyze it, and we can see how much time we have, and if we have enough time to tame it. We can do the exact same thing with the hydrogen vent that is just beneath it. Absolutely possible, even though this minor volcano here is probably going to be a problem to tame. Because of space reasons, we would have to come up with a completely new system, so we would have to need some extra time for this one right here. We could take our way to this one here and check it out. So basically on the right side we can go volcano hunting, or on the left side we can do the same thing. Or those two, or better to say this one right here is currently on edge, or we can send a dupe over to the other side. So those are basically the options. Are we going to check out what we have going on this planetoid, or should we go and send a dupe over to the other side? You guys tell me in chat what we should do. I'm gonna tally up the votes just like we usually do around here, and that's what we're gonna end up doing as well. I'm just gonna give you a couple of minutes here. Music Kitty says start a Rex and Dartle Ranch. I mean, before I start a Rex and Dartle Ranch, I would rather go over here and grab me some fibers, reed fibers, I mean. Because one thing that we are not lacking is polluted water. I would assume, at least, unless I'm dead wrong, that that would be the much faster option. Dimitri says break on through to the other side. Which is the other side? You mean the other planetoid, or you mean... I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that. Jason says dupe to the other side, so I'm assuming that's what you mean. Chao says this planetoid. What is the heat around the volcano? Let's take a look here. Here we are at 96 degrees, but it's surrounded by a very cold area, so it's not really an issue. Down here on the bottom, we are looking at 71 degrees. And over here on the left side, that should be at around 100, I would assume. You are the idle one. Yep, this one is steam at around 100 degrees. Okay. You guys need to be slightly more specific in chat what you're voting for here. Okay. Other side, need suits. We need Simple Read for suits to tame the rest with ease of mind. That is very true. Reveal the map, explore. Also another option. I mean, we have basically revealed a lot of the map already, realistically. Right here is the break. So basically, if we go straight down here, this is as much as we are missing off this map here. Literally this much, this little corner right here. And on the right side is basically this corner on the bottom, plus this tiny little edge right here. Is there also a YouTube stream since I don't see the messages you say? Super Delta Craft, yes, I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. So you guys can basically decide if you prefer YouTube, if you prefer Twitch. Quality is the same on both. It's just a matter of what platform you prefer. Dig out all iridium. We are not gonna get there quite yet. We're still waiting here. For this here to... Yeah, they're actually breathing out up here. That's where the carbon dioxide is coming from. And I just saw a dupe breathing, so yes, a dupe is breathing. So basically, to get up out here, we will need suits. One way or another, because we cannot contain the carbon dioxide when they're exhaling. That is a fact that I was utterly unaware of. We could go with lead suits, though. We could go out here with lead suits at any point in time, though. So yeah. Where it says build a rocket and explore another planetoid without using the teleporter. I mean, that's another option, I suppose. Suits will definitely solve the heat problems. Suits will solve basically all of our problems. Which the only problems we have are heat problems, really. I mean, everything else is running as good as it can be. Power, we're set. We're good. That's not going to run out anytime soon here. There's no question about that whatsoever. Oxygen, same thing. We're good. Not going to happen anytime soon that we're going to have a problem here. I mean, if you just look at this here, it's great. And when we look at this here, as a matter of fact, we're starting to pump oxygen out into space right now. Exactly what we wanted. I mean, we didn't want to pump out oxygen into space, but what we did want is to get rid of the chlorine. And that mission has most definitely been accomplished. So let's rip this here out right away. We don't want it anymore. To waste power and oxygen at the same time. Now we just want to fill the base with more oxygen. That's basically what it comes down to here at the end of the day. And for that, this pump here has to go. But I think it's time to tally up your votes. Again, what is this DLC about, Bier? This DLC is about dinosaurs, prehistoric times, meteor impact. I don't know how to describe it. It's called the Prehistoric Pack. It's pretty self-explanatory, really. Okay, now let me take a look through here to see what we have. We have break on through the other side, so that's 1 vote for the other side, 2 votes for the other side, 1 vote for this planetoid, another one for the other side. Let me see here. Other planet, that makes 5 for the other planet. Other side, that makes 6 for the other planet, 7 for the other planet, 8 for the other planet, 9 for the other planet. David Fraser says create fiber on this planet. So that's basically saying on this planet, that gives us 3 over here. Words with his rocket idea is completely out there. Suits will definitely solve the heat problem, yada, yada, yada. Other side, other planetoid. I mean, the other planetoid wins by a lot. Revolium says, in my opinion, Bionic and this DLC are not good enough. I personally would agree with Bionic. I personally didn't like, or didn't like is not correct. Didn't enjoy Bionic as much than I did FPP. But this one here is up to par with FPP, in my opinion. I think the new mechanics, the new critters that are introduced, the new materials, they're on par. They're on par. But okay. You guys chose. We are going to the other planetoid. That is what's going to happen. Just let me check real quick one last time. 5 cycles, so 317. Somebody please keep in mind, 317. We got to check out if this volcano here works. But we need to go into skills, and we need to find us a dupe that will work out for us on the other side. Preferably a newer dupe. Preferably a dupe that doesn't need a lot of morale, but also has the skills that we require. So let's see what we can come up with here. First of all, the dupes that we already have. Let's give them the skills that they need. And then let's see. Chaz right here. Needs 8. Has some skills that we really don't need over there. Not optimal. Rubber duck. Improved farming and critter ranching with improved carrying. Not really what we need either. A Raymond Crespo, though, with hard digging and improved construction is basically exactly what we need. I think Raymond right here is going to be number 1 on the list here. I think Raymond right here is making is the front runner right now. Malwolf, not that helpful. Killjoy version 2.0, same as Raymond. So we can basically choose between Raymond and Killjoy. Both of them are just good enough for what we need. Keonis right here, also another candidate that we can easily send over there. So we have the choice between Raymond, Killjoy, and Keonis as of right now. Let me take another look here. Echo time and Doc, no. No, you're too young. And no good. Don't need this, don't need that. I think those are the three options. And I once again leave it up to you. Which dupe would you like to see on the other planetoid? Should it be Keonis? Should it be Killjoy? Or should it be Raymond Crespo? Those are our three options. Keonis, Killjoy, or Raymond. Please let me know in chat. What do you think which dupe should get over to the second planetoid and be our champion? Keonis says, I think Keonis is the best choice. I don't know. I feel a slight bias in the air here, but that is a vote. That counts. That is a vote. That counts indeed. Okay. Let's see. Yes, I see Twitch is having problems, and I don't know why. Only Twitch, though. YouTube is fine, apparently. But yes, something is wrong on the Twitch side of things, guys. I do notice that. I can't find the problem on my end, but yes. And went back. Yep, I see that as well. I see there is a problem, and I see it solved itself. Not entirely sure what the deal is, but it's not on my end. That is Twitch. Okay. Let me know once again. Killjoy, Raymond, or Keonis are our options. Who should be our champion on our second planetoid? Yeah, down here, the carbon dioxide is just a problem. I'm wondering, I am almost wondering if we could build literally a vacuum pump out here that would basically make really short process of this here, no matter how much they breathe. It's probably not worth the effort, though. Probably not worth the effort. The gas tanks have blueprints from the DLC, by the way. The gas reservoir, you mean? Oh yeah! Oh yeah, look at that, it has a turtle. And it has a lump one. Nice. Kinda like the lump one, because it has the original color. That is kinda cool. You're gonna leave it at that. Sure, why not? Okay, let me take a look in chat. And let me see who you guys decided on. So the first vote was from Keonis for Keonis. Killjoy deserves the honor. Killjoy, of course. I will support Keonis for his sacrifice, so that gives 2 for Killjoy, 2 for Keonis. If there are dinos on the other planetoid, you should have sent words. Those dinos won't have gotten enough petting. Probably, but I don't know if there are dinos over there. I guess we will find out words. Killjoy has a lot of morale room, so that gets Killjoy 1 ahead. Another one for Killjoy right there. The aesthetic value in this deal is insane, I agree. Killjoy ahead with 2 votes on YouTube. Let's go over to Twitch and take a look over there. What do we have? Another vote for Killjoy. Huh, interesting. Killjoy wins. Killjoy is going to be our champion, and we are not going to wait any longer than we have to. Killjoy version 2.0 is going straight through the teleporter over to the other side, and probably becomes Killjoy version 3.0 very, very soon. Okay, there he goes. And here we are. Yes, good luck, Killjoy, says Keonis. You'll need it. You'll need it. Let's take a look. You, Killjoy, will immediately dig your way over there, so we can see what we are actually working with over here. It's about as swampy of a planetoid as we have ever seen. Do we have any reed fibers nearby really quickly in the beginning here? The answer is no. That actually worries me a little bit because there is a lot of polluted water and I don't see a single reed fiber. Not one. Okay. Alright then. I suppose. Is what it is. We will have to deal with it one way or another. Let's keep digging. And I should also check probably on which schedule Killjoy is. Also, I should probably try to get these schedules here a little bit more equalized. Look at that insanity. Where is Killjoy? Killjoy version 2.0 is right here. This day has just started. That is perfect. Which means he just must have went to the bathroom before he got teleported. That gives us a little bit of extra time. Take off the mask? Yes, we need to take off the mask. Indeed. Let's put Doc over there. Let's put Keonis on the new schedule, and let's put Robert Duck on the new schedule as well. That puts him into a little bit more of equality here, and that should be just fine. Also, exactly as you said, no reason for him to run around with the mask. Good to have an emergency mask sitting around, though. That definitely is good. Guys, look at the stream time. It just started. Really? Did it reset the entire stream on Twitch? My god. My god. Okay, Killjoy, what can we do with you now? You already have a bed. That's nice. You know what? Why not just leave this bedroom here exactly as it is? And just put a little bit of a bathroom right behind it. Might as well. Let's grab us in medicine a single wash basin. Don't care about the sand in case you're wondering. Couldn't care less. And in plumbing, just beneath here, we're just gonna go with dual outhouse. Or single. Single should be fine. We only have one dupe here. We have a second one right here, I'm aware. We're gonna grab that dupe here very shortly. Let's just let Killjoy do his thing here for the time being. Or you know what? Is there any reason not to defrost this dupe right away? Probably not. Probably not. Let's get this here out. This here out. Let's do all the inspections. Yes, I know the destination. We kind of have been there already, if you believe it or not. If you believe it or not, that gives us another dupe. We will need another dupe. We need to get us another name. So if you are a YouTube member or a subscriber on Twitch and you would like to join the game, let me know. And if we don't have any of those two groups available, if you are a chatter who would like to join the game, you're first come, first serve if nobody else is here. Super Delta Craft says, please I am. Super Delta Craft, if we don't have a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber in the next couple of minutes or so. So yeah, we will see. For now, Stinky can just stay Stinky. Sergeant Nukem, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I truly, truly appreciate that. Then coming in. There we go. Coming on. Putting it all together. Do we have water on this map? Yes, we have a tiny little bit of water all the way up here, but there is not much normal water around here elsewhere. That is okay though. Let's just go up here with a ladder. Let's see what do we have even available here. Sedimentary rock. Sure, why not? Might as well. Might as well. Might as well. Let's dig it up 3 high and come all the way across to roughly right there. That'll do it. And then let's just keep on going with the ladder to the top. All the way to right here is fine. Doesn't matter what we built this stuff out of. All we want is basically to have an entrance to this area right here. So we can build us a pitcher pump once I find it. And the pitcher pump can basically just live. Yeah, why not? Right there. Right here should be just fine. That should give us plenty of water for the time being. And we can just move it further down later. The lack of symbol read is insane so far. Yes, I have not seen a single one, which is slightly scary. Maybe we have to go with Rexus after all. And we just came over here for nothing. But I guess we will see. Can we see on the star map what we are working with at least a little bit? Yes, we can. Apparently it just uncovered everything. Is that normal? Oh, guess we'll see. We have a cool steam vent. We have a carbon dioxide geyser. We have a volcano, a natural gas geyser. Copper volcano water geyser, aluminum volcano, polluted water vent, and a liquid sulfur geyser is here as well. Sure, why not? One more thing that I do want to do over here is a mini pod, just so we can look at the blueprints. And if we find something good that we need more over here in the printer than we need on the other side, then we should most definitely take a look at that. Code Dependent is here and with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much for that. It says, good morning, you beautiful bastards. Good morning to you as well, Code Dependent. Thank you very much for becoming, or for your 10 months of subscribing. Truly, truly appreciate that. Also, since you're here, would you like to become a dupe? Because I don't think we have anyone else other than Super Delta Craft. Brandon is here, says, hey Beer, sorry, fashionably late, darn doc appointment. Oh yes, that is okay, Brandon, I just appreciated you made it at all. And I hope your doc appointment went well as well. Did you pick a name? Yes, I did pick a name. Right now, Stinky is not gonna stay Stinky. Stinky is gonna become codependent. Yep, there we go. If I wrote that correctly, I did not. Codependent, thank you very much for the resub. And back to the stream. Bia, do you know why it does not let me abo? I have no idea, Super Delta Craft. I have no idea. Very odd that it's not working, though. Very odd. But either way, Super Delta Craft, I'm sorry about that, but Codependent just became a member when we were looking for a dupe, and that is, of course, number one on the priority list here. Let's make our way in there with our 2 dupes to get us the water for our wash basin here, and that should be hopefully just fine. Also, scheduling-wise, I would like for one of you two to be on the other schedule, so you're not constantly in each other's ways in that regard. That would be good. Let's see if we can make that happen. One of you can sleep, and the other one can work. Somebody should be running around here at all times. Maybe a dino on this planet can be named after me? I don't think we can rename critters, can we? I don't think we can we? Let's see. No. What happened to our lump farm right here? Body temperature? 25 to 45 degrees? 25 to 45. Are we just a tiny little bit too cold in our base now? Really? Is that so? Let's see. We're coming out at 31 degrees oxygen. Shouldn't really be the case. Unless the bottom tiles right here are colder than they should be, which they are. Let's see if we can swap this here to igneous rock and plop in at least a few tiles around our Ovagro node right here, so it is not getting constantly attacked, more or less, from the heat. From the bottom right here, or the cold, if you want. It is colder on the bottom than it is on the top. Let's see if that makes a difference. Don't know why you're standing around there, Katrina. Not entirely sure what your prerogative is there, but sure, why not, I guess. Why not? Don't have to understand everything, I suppose. But let's see if we can make this here happen. And then let's see if we can grab some of those lumps here and relocate them down there. We already have 3 of them up here. That's great. Let's relocate all 3 of them down there. That sounds like a job for words. Just gotta get it done. Even though we don't necessarily need it. But we have peat, I believe. Let's see, where is our peat measure? 19.9 tons. The lumps do create peat. Yep. Sure. A little bit more can never hurt, I guess. But it's not like it's a life or death situation and we need it or all hell breaks loose. We still haven't built those fridges, really. That's actually surprising, honestly. Now you can grab some food and actually put it in there, I think. Pretty sure all the others are full to the brim. Oh, that's why. Because we're trying to build it out of shale and we once again couldn't find bloody shale. That's why. I don't know what's going on with our shell supply, but it's just low. Somewhere it's gotta be stuck, it's gotta be bugged out in one way, shape, form, or another. Katrina has been standing there a long time. Yes, Katrina has been standing there a long time. Katrina has just nothing to do and just chilling, I guess. Oh, I thought I was getting yelled at. No, I'm just wondering what you were doing. I mean, it's fine, you know. Super Delta Craft says, man, here in Germany it's already 33 minutes after midnight. Gotta sleep for work tomorrow. See you soon. Don't stop too soon on this run. I have no intention on stopping this run here anytime soon. No intentions at all. Codependent, you're standing right there. We have 2,400 kilograms of water available. Our wash basin is here. That's good. What's not good is that I don't see a single reed fiber anywhere on this planetoid so far. That is slightly concerning, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. What are we gonna do about that? I don't know. Not yet, at least. This here is 4 high all the way to here. We're gonna make that happen. We're gonna grab us that sand. You know what? We are just gonna keep on digging back here to this coal on one side. We are only going to go 3 high once we're through here. Let me think. We need one space right here, and we need one space right there. So we are going to put in the wall right behind it, right here. This is where we're going to build it. One more with a door. That list right there. Okay, let's build all this. Is a reed fiber on the list? What do you mean, reed fiber on the list? Oh, you mean right here? No. Nope. Haven't found any. Haven't gotten any. Haven't seen any. I'm just gonna dig left and right randomly for right now, just in an attempt to hopefully locate it. We will see how that goes. We will see how that goes. One thing that we do need, though, is we need to make our way to the supply teleporter. And for the supply teleporter in skills, we need either code-dependent or killjoy, probably code-dependent, honestly, to get to field research. I believe it is. I think it's field research that allows us to turn on these teleporters right here, if I'm not mistaken. So let's give him those two, and while we're at it, give him the hat as well. Might as well. Check in that steam vent off the right. That thing is dormant right now. Yes, we should probably make our way to the right, first and foremost, to get to this thing here, to at least block it off. That doesn't cause us any issues later. And that is actually also a great exercise for code-dependent here, or better to say for, yeah, that is code-dependent, who we just made our research. That will work out in our favor. Let's make sure this here gets done, and then go from there. Kill it, kill it, kill it, go. There's a Bamas on the new planetoid. You could shear it for at least one batch of fibers. We also have Bamas on the original planetoid. Bamases are not the problem. Neither are Rexes. Here. We got them. What we are after would be reed fibers, because they're much easier to handle with much less effort. So that's why we came over here in the first time, but all I see is freaking swamp shards. Not optimal, to say the least. We go left and right. We will go to the bottom to find our supply teleporter right here, and we will also go to the top. We will go in all directions, just in an attempt to find what we are looking for here. To go to the bottom, I'm just going to come down here with a ladder. I'm going to come over here to the right side. I'm going to have a little bit of polluted water right here. I'm going to mop that up for the time being, and bring it all the way through here. That's what I wanted. Do it. And then let's make this here happen as well. Once we can mop it, high priority mopping. Up until then, this here can stay low priority, because it is low priority. High priority is the right side, not the left. Also right here, put in 2 ladders. And then before we do anything else, let's go analyze with a main priority. Bier is not the best at ranching? No, he really isn't. Can use Rex feathers. I know that we can, and know that we have it available. And if we don't find any reed fiber, that is the route that we go. I mean, I would rather go with the Rex, just because it is more interesting, and we haven't really done much with the Rexes than with the Bamas. But if we can get... I still want to work with the Rexes regardless, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna just forego them and act like they don't exist. But for right now, the easier, faster, better solution would be reed fiber, if we can find some. That is the problem, that we just don't see any. Bomb lilies out our rear end, but still nothing else. Also, in skills, in priorities, I need to find code-dependent here. I need to tell him that he's actually allowed to research. And just like Killjoy here, he's allowed to dig and to build. That is how that should work around here. Very good. Once we have this here, last but not least, we will need a ladder so we can get up there for right now. Need to be careful with this volcano right here, though. Definitely don't want to dig into this hot area here on accident. Even this one tile right here, if we dig three deep and don't even dig this one here up, we are in a world of hurt. Yeah. Yeah. We need to be careful, but I'm sure we will make that happen. Okay, we reached already the end of the map, so going any further left right here is a waste of time. Let's not do that. We need a slime environment for the Simmelreed, and because of the swamp, I thought there would be a slime biome too. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I do see some slime right here. Maybe going up is our better bet here. I don't know. We are about to find out. Let's see. Let's make it happen. Lots of polluted water up here. Don't like that. But that is okay. We can just come over here to the right. Open this here up. And then put a ladder in. Something like this here to make our way in here. We're not going to utilize this here for anything. You know what, actually, since we are definitely not going to utilize it for anything, we are just going to go straight with where our ladder currently is. Because why not? Might as well. Grab us this here. And just go through here like it is no one's freaking business. Simple, straightforward, just as we like it. And then last but not least, what I want to do maybe is... Yeah, probably we're going to corner build through there and put a tile in. And hope that it will be able to contain most of the polluted water. Or push it off of here so we can go up here and don't have a gazillion tons of polluted water flowing down. That would be the general idea at least. And when we are up here, rip this nonsense here out as well. Alright, dupes, you got plenty to do on this planetoid. Maybe with a little bit of luck you even find some food. Because at the moment we are not growing anything, and if I can avoid it, then I will also try to not grow anything here anytime soon. From what I've seen from others in the Oxygen Not Included family, Rexes are a pain. Yeah, I can imagine. That's why I would try to avoid them as our main source, because I would like to do that when we have time, when we can experiment, when we can chat about it, and we can take a look exactly on what we are actually dealing with here. And not, it's a, oh, we need fibers, let's just slap something together real quick and hope it does what we need it to do. So that would be my preference, preferably. Codependent is here. It will take him some time. His skills are low, but he's working on it. He is indeed working on it. Gotta give him that. Gotta give him that. How are we looking over here? 1.3 cycles. It should take off here very, very soon. And it should be, hopefully, okay. I don't think we forgot anything. It should work. It's something like 13 dardles per X. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's why. I would like to avoid that if we can. We do have flocks. Wonder if we could get us some wood from those suckers. I mean, it would be possible. We have pike apple bush seeds as well. I just don't remember the pike apple bush. Does it need ice? Is that the one that needs ice? Pike apple bush. No, that's the one that needs phosphorite. That's right. Phosphorite for the pike apple bush. And the plume squash right here. Needs ethanol. My god. So many. I wonder on the lab asteroid impact map if one survival way would be to send people through the teleporter to survive on the second asteroid. That is actually that somebody suggested. I don't remember where. Was it on a YouTube comment? Was it in Discord? But somebody suggested exactly that. They were like, lab super easy. So just don't care. Just push to find the teleporter as fast as you can. Go through it. Let it impact. Do nothing. And go from there. I was like, okay, cool. Was that you? Well, was that you with a YouTube comment? I don't remember who it did, but somebody did suggest exactly that. And I was like, that is actually a great idea, because why not? I mean, it is very viable. If you have no other way to keep yourself safe, especially if you're a newer player, that's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Also, we have the blueprint ready. Let's take a look. So many freaking dudes. We have 2 plug slug eggs, of which we currently have none. Then we have a Steve with doctoring and building, is frostproof, has a green thumb, and gastrophobia. We have a Harold with doctoring, is uncultured, and is a yokel. And then we have Otto, who is researching and decorating, is frostproof, has a green thumb, is a caregiver, and once again, has gastrophobia. Those are our 4 options on the top. We have our plug slug eggs with our 3 dupes, and the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know how it goes. Or let me know what you think, and that's exactly what we are going to do. That's what I meant to say. English is hard sometimes, not gonna lie. Dimitri says flocks will be good for wood, and wood will be will provide for wood tiles for the base. Exactly, that's where my head was as well. Exactly there. We just need to find us an area where we can make that happen. That is the main issue. We need a very, very cold area that we are not planning on heating up anytime soon. What was the actual pike apple bush? What are your temperature requirements? -14 at the bare minimum is what we are working with here. You know what? You know what I'm thinking? If we could get us somewhere a cooling loop, then we just fill up with a tiny little bit too much of our petroleum, and we can just cool it manually, and it wouldn't matter what area we do it in. I mean, up here on the top would be probably preferable, because we don't have anything hot. All our hot stuff is down here, and that will heat up this area here over time. It's just a question of time. So building it too low down there, probably not optimal. What do we have over here on the right side? We already have a Rex with some dawdles, actually. That's actually funny as hell. We already have a Rex that is just happily feeding away on the startles over here. Temperature-wise, 24. There's another Rex farm that is just self-sustaining, apparently. That's great. Still trying to find a cold area that we can utilize where we have no danger of heating it up. We could just use an area like this here, maybe. It's just so far away from the base. I would like it to be closer to the base, and closer to the base would probably mean somewhere around here. Quite frankly. Quite frankly, I think this here is probably our best bet. Let's see if we can make that happen. Why not? Let's plop in one more. One more farm. What's the length of it? We're looking at 24 tiles, okay. Do we have 24 tiles available? Yes, we do. Yes, we do, indeed. So let's put it in, let's say, right here. Let's go higher a little bit. Let's go higher right here. Right there. That's where we want it. Yep, that's, I think, is a good position. Let's make it 24 long. Then let's see. We want to have a door on the front, right here, and we want to have some insulated tiles on the front here, but probably only on the front, where we are basically exposing ourselves to a hot area. So only the door here is going to get us what we need. And then let's see if we can grab us some farm tiles. There they are. And bring them across here. We will need to rip a few out in the front right here. I think it's 5 if I remember correctly. Need to double check that though. And let's double check the inside areas. 96 tiles as it should be. And let's put in 5 normal tiles right here. Also, the rest should have been normal. The entire reason for it was that we are transferring the cold from the outside to the inside. That is what we would like to do here. Can get plug slugs for power on the second planet. Oh, I would rather not. I would love to run a base on the plug slugs. I hate those damn things. One escapes and eats metal and farts everywhere, and we have random gases everywhere. I hate those damn things. Also, let me see. What did you vote? Nothing at all on Twitch. And we have a reject vote here. Eggs here. Eggs there. Another reject vote there. Another vote for the eggs right here. The eggs are leading by one whole vote. We're going to get the eggs. But we are going to plop those in here, because I will forget about them if I don't take care of them right away. And I will not do that right away. So we are going to grab the eggs. And we are going to put them in here. And we will see. Oh, he literally just smacks them. Okay. I thought the animation would be a little bit more fancy as well. Turns out, got it. Okay. Take slugs and feed them all iridium challenge. We can change the... Yeah, we can probably change this one here to a normal one, because we're not ripping out the abyssalite right here. So yes, we can. to grab the cold from this area right here as well. Sure enough, we can do that. That is absolutely possible and doable. And then honestly, the top right here is going to heat up due to all the gases that are going to come in here, because I will need a too high tunnel that comes through here. That is a requirement. So I think on second thought, I am also making the roof out of insulated tiles, but the right side right here that has direct touching points to other types of materials, I'm going to leave as normal tiles. We will see. We will see how exactly that works out, but we will have to try it. Okay, we will see what temperatures and everything else that we're working with. Metal tiles on the right. I don't know. We actually have abyssalite right here. It's probably not gonna do a hell of a lot, realistically. We may have to potentially build a metal spike up here or something. We will see. We will get creative with this. We need a critter drop-off. We need a grooming station. And we need a shearing station. And the shearing station is one longer than I expected. Of course, how else would it be? So these here are all the farm tiles that we are going to have, and here are the 3 buildings that we need. Very, very good. Getting some wood in is definitely not going to hurt, especially if we have to pivot to Mammoth. There is also our source, our potential source at least, or ethanol. Because why not? No egg selected? Well, let's select an egg. If you have one. Let's see. Jumbo eggs, weak eggs, trickster eggs. Where do apparently we don't have a single egg available. That's actually crazy. Oh, there it is. Box egg. We must have had one at some point or it wouldn't be here. So that should be okay. Also, let's take a look at our blueprints. How many do we have left? Still 2. Let's grab one. And there we have some gloves. Go Team Sports gloves. Green strap gloves for the perennially good sport. In common quality. I actually don't think we had those yet. At least not that I can remember, honestly. But yeah, we will see. Another thing is it's phosphorite that we are feeding this thing. How much phosphorite do we have? 83 tons. Plenty of it. Yeah, that's not going to be the bottleneck. That's not going to be the bottleneck. Very, very good. One thing that we will need down here is power, of course. Do we have a power wire nearby? Yes, we do. That's great. Apparently, we have a power wire that just goes to nowhere. Not optimal. We are going to come through here, down here, and into here. And we're going to rip this here out instead. How about that? That should get it done to what we need it to be. And in this particular case here, I'm actually considering leaving the everything but the bleach stone, leaving all the debris here, because the debris is basically a coolant. For what we are doing, for all intents and purposes, this here is a coolant. But we are making progress. I believe that we can make progress a hell of a lot faster if we do this. Very, very good indeed. We still have these storage bins right here that have literally just outgassing stuff in it. That is not optimal. Not optimal at all. Do we have another place where we can put those, at least for now? Looks like we got 3 of them, and all 3 of them are full to the brim with polluted dirt. That is not optimal, to say the least. Looks like we already have these here set to brine ice, and we don't have a lot of brine ice. And even if we had it, it would melt relatively quickly. So I say we are just going to go ahead and grab these settings over here, whatever the hell is in there. We're going to put in here instead. And then we're going to just chuck brine on top of it because, well, what? Copy the settings and bring it over. And hopefully that will solve our problem with these right here. Because what I am planning on doing is ripping these here out and getting rid of it. Don't need them anymore. They're just a heat source. That's a lot of mass, 20 tons each. Let's rip it out of there. Don't want it. Don't need it. And be done with it. Parinia says Super Engineer BierTier is on live. I don't know about that. I am definitely live. But that's everything I can agree with on that stage. Yes, now with the higher priority, oops are moving. Weird how that works. Weird how that works. But it does work, nonetheless. And it looks like our Ovagro right here got its shit back together. We're back up to 25 degrees. It's close, but our air temperature in here is pretty high. The problem is that we're also cooling over here on the right side quite drastically through this pneumatic door. Wondering if we could just not have this pneumatic door. Especially since we have the bathrooms up here, then the dupes just have to go one higher. You know what? That's exactly what we are going to do here. That will solve the problem and keep our lungs alive. Hopefully. High priority, please. Enjoying the DLC? Yes, I am enjoying the living crap out of the DLC, honestly. We need to check the other planetoid. We do need to check the other planetoid. Food isn't indeed scarce. We need to dig up some of those swamp charred hearts here at the bare minimum to make sure. I found the thimble reed! There is one. There is actually one on this map. Very good. Before we do anything else with this thing, we are going to dig our way exactly to that location. We're gonna go straight in there. Come hell or high water. Come hell or slime lung. I don't care. We are going to go. Let's dig this here up. Let's build one piece of ladder right here. And a lot of pieces of ladder right there. And let's get us our thimble reed. And this here is the supply teleporter input that we can now activate as well. We have a conveyor loader right here. That will need a little bit of power, but then we can ship the thimble reed straight over to the other planetoid, without any regrets, and immediately start harvesting off of that one single thimble reed. So, now we need a farm. Let me check back here one last time, just so I get the temperatures right. 22 to 37, that's all we need to know. What is the temperature of our water in here? It's at 31, look at that. It couldn't be any better than this, in any way, shape, or form. We just need to find us an area that is a little bit warmer, maybe, if at all possible, where we can then dump this water in. And it looks like this area up here. Looks very nice to me. Looks very, very nice to me. Yes. It doesn't have to be pretty, just functional. So let's make it functional, how about that? And I think we're just going to put it right here in this area. Outright, ice cold, or high. I would go even further than that, honestly. Bring it all the way over here. Let's deal with these here for a second, that's okay. And we are just going to come with a ladder straight up here. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Straight up here, actually. Bring this over. Bring this through here. And build us a door. Right there. Insulated tile beneath. Actually, that's nonsense right here. We are just going to build those hydroponic farms. Hydroponic farms on the floor, all the way around. And I don't even know if we will need insulated tiles. So we will check that out once we cross that bridge. Should be okay. Check the insulated tiles for temp. It's okay. 192 degrees. Doesn't bother me at all. It is just helping us at this moment out. We will see what it does if we get a problem with the heat transfer right here. In an absolute worst case scenario, all we have to do is put in one more row across the board, and it's not going to be a problem anymore. That is a good point, though. That is a good point, though. Don't get me wrong. Okay, very, very nice. Gonna rip out a little bit more here. Gonna put in 2 more ladders right here, right there, so the dupes can come from here, from there. However they feel like. They can just run around our blast shot makers and do however they please. Whatever is the fastest, easiest way to get this here done. It looks like our ceiling light was not too happy about that. I guess that is okay for right now. You can always plop in another one later. At the moment, we don't have a use for the blast shot makers, so it doesn't really matter at all. We do have a little bit of salt water right there. That will cause some trouble, most likely. So let's see if we can do that differently first. If I dig right here, those are 680 kilograms a pop. If I dig through the corner into right there, that should hopefully drop most of the salt water down here into this little pit, and just a tiny little bit should drop down here and cause mayhem. At least that's the general idea for right now. Back to Gurgato, however the hell you pronounce that. We have the cool steam vent here analyzed. It still has 25 cycles available. Yeah, it's super simple what we are going to do here, I believe. We are probably just, for right now, blocking it off all the way through. We are going to grab the data banks though, and we're going to relocate them so we have access to them later. But other than that, where would we be without mayhem? I agree! I couldn't agree more. As a matter of fact, we're going to make our lives very, very easy. Right here, by building just around it, so we can deal with it whenever we feel like it, in whatever shape we want to deal with it as well. And then we're gonna make our way around here and come back down the other side. Since our water is really, we really don't use a lot of water. The water that we have here, plus the water that we will get right here, is going to be very, very little. Is going to be enough to keep us for a long time, because we are losing or using very, very little. That is what I'm trying to say here. I mean, worst case scenario, we could grow some bog buckets over here, I suppose. Only needs 40 kilograms of water per cycle. Gives us 279 kilocalories. It's just so expensive and completely pointless, in my opinion. What else could we grow over here? What do we have over here? Do we have dirt over here? 6.2 tons. It's not a lot. Not a lot. I could literally just bring food over from the other side. That would also be an option. But we do have options available to us. Don't get me wrong. We have plenty of options. It's just a matter of which option are we choosing to take. For the meantime, though, the option that we are definitely going to take is the one that allows us to get us a handful of swamp shards in, and the one that doesn't allow these here to eat anything. Go die. Slug. Please go die. Yeah, exactly, that's why. Eating my copper ore, you sucker. I mean, technically we could put him in a room. You know what? Why not? Why not? Because we don't have the skill for it, that's why not. Yeah, that is why not. We gotta kill him for now. It's fine. There are probably more on this planet. There usually are. And usually in the worst time possible. When we need them the least, that's when they usually show up. So yeah. Also, apparently, Killjoy right here doesn't know how good he is actually at attacking things. Well, let's teach him. Let's teach him right away. Okay. So far, so good. Everything's looking great. And our symbol read is coming in. Last but not least, what we will need down here on the bottom will be a manual generator, a battery, and a wire that connects it all together. So we can hook up this conveyor loader right here. We can set it to wonderful thimble read and thimble read fiber and data banks. All of that we want on the other planetoid. Oh yes, that should be just fine. But we gotta get it. That's the bigger part. Apparently I never built this ladder here straight through. I just realized. That's funny. We also, dudes, definitely do want to mop where we can mop. We don't have to deal with that kind of nonsense right here. Constantly having to walk over it. Not optimal. If we can avoid it, we should. But let's see if we can avoid it by mopping a lot. And I mean a lot. Yeah, stream from the top has been quenched. We just gotta basically go from top to bottom. Get rid of all of it, slowly but steadily. We can just leave the bottle sitting around. That at least gives us access to oxygen, if nothing else. We also have a goldfish in here. That's great in this case. Usually I don't like goldfish, because usually I use the polluted water for oxygen production, polluted oxygen to be very precise. But in this case right here, if this goldfish here wants to convert all of this polluted water here over to water, you will not hear me complaining. for sure. That's for sure, indeed. Looks like codependent is the person for mopping. That's fine with me. I don't mind at all. As long as somebody does it, it's good enough. But it needs to get done one way or another. And it looks like we're making progress starting right around now. Very, very good indeed. We have 28,000 kilocalories that will hold us over for the time being. How is our volcano doing? Rising pressure right here. Is that the first time it erupts? It may actually be. I think it is. I think this is the first time it does. The first time the goldfish doesn't die on stream. That is correct. Usually, it is the first victim. Right away, it is born, and it dies. Pumping some wonderful, wonderful iron in here. Very, very nice. That's exactly what we want to see. And we will see also what the temperature is of our output right here. Await our brine. That is currently sitting at a nice chill negative 8.1 degrees. We will see what it goes, how it goes. Let's set this here to 5 as it should be, not to 10. I just put it to 10 earlier to get the stuff out. Now it will rotate around. There we go. And it looks like the first pieces are making it out. And we are at negative 17 degrees. Is that what I just saw? Shouldn't be possible. Our metal tiles are not negative 20. It is possible. And if it's possible, it's all to the truth. Negative 16, negative 15 degrees. This is causing zero issues whatsoever. This is working exactly as it should. And from now on, also our natural gas generators will have a hell of a lot less work. Very, very nice to see that live. On Gorgado. Please build me these ladders here as well. I know you really eagerly want to build those up there, but if you build these here, these up here will be done a hell of a lot faster. Just gotta trust me on that one. Just gotta trust me. What we're also gonna do is, once we're done up there, we're gonna come down here and grab us more of our swamp cloud heart. And we're still mopping down here, codependent. There's apparently plenty of work to do here with our liquid issue. That is okay. You'll get it, Code. You'll get it. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. We will need to make this here... Oh, we still have 20 per stack. I was about to say we will need to make this here higher priority. Nope, we do not. It's all good. No worries. No problem. At all. Is our igneous rock all the way over here? Yes, it sure as hell is. Of course. How else would it be? Why am I even asking? Why am I even asking? But we have the supply teleporter output over here as well, I just noticed. Wonderful. That is the next place where we are gonna go to. And we're gonna do it. Just like this here. Rip the door out once you're here. Put the ladder in here as well. Just for good measure. Just for good measure. I know we don't need it. It's too high. The dupes could just climb up here. But it's faster. Get a ladder. And apparently Killtray got hungry right away. Sure. Shove down what you find. Why not? Why not? Okay, last but not least, looks like it's the bottom right here. The top seems to be basically as clean as it can be. And the only thing that's lacking right here is this here needs to be a 9. Those are our data banks. We definitely want to move that. Brandon's back. Welcome back, Brandon. The outhouse is out of order, guys. Can I get someone to do this here? Not to disinfect, please. Disable disinfect. To clean the outhouses in tidying. Don't we have a dupe for tidying? Kind of feel like we did. Supplying, storing, tidying. I guess codependent, if you got nothing else to do, you might as well get this here done for us while you're at it. And hopefully that gives you a little bit of a higher priority. Clean this here. And I guess in the meantime, I'm just gonna build another outhouse here in the back. Because I don't know what else to do before we have an accident here. Yes, Killjoy is not happy about it. I fully understand that. So I may actually have to make this one here a higher priority to get codependent to do it. And build the emergency here in the back as well. Let's see. Yeah, that is exactly what I tried to avoid, but I was too slow. Hopefully at least codependent doesn't face the same fate here. Okay, very good. Let's leave it on high priority, both of them. And it should be fine. Should be fine for now. Okay. That was a precision dig to ignore the deadly slime lung, right? Sorry, I have to watch on TV. My bird is dying. Sorry, your bird is dying. That doesn't sound like fun at all. That sucks. I'm truly sorry to hear that, Katrina. Truly sorry to hear that. I hope it's not quite as bad as you think it is. Okay, over here. Everything's fine on the right. Everything's fine right here. I just realized there's a neural vaccinator right here that we just completely and outright ignored for some reason. I should probably say hello to that and then choose a dupe randomly. That gets the benefit of that thing right here. We have this copper volcano over here. Should we dig through this cold area right here and grab it? I don't know. Probably. The answer is probably. Up here on the top. Nothing's stopping us. Nothing is stopping us at all from putting wonderful symbol reads in here once we have them. So that's great. Just a couple of things that we need to prepare. Let's clean up after ourselves here. You know what, actually? That is a heat source. Let's leave. Let's leave the debris for now. There, should be fine. In F7, sorry, in F6 I mean. Let's see, where does this here currently lead? Oh, wouldn't you look at that? Couldn't be much better. It's already straight on the way to the lines right here. The only thing that I do want to do is I do want to replace it now with insulated pipes, please. So we are not wasting any of our wonderful, wonderful heat that is saved in our water. Let's bring that over. Not exactly like that, but kinda, I guess. And just bring it straight through. That'll do it. That will most definitely do it. Think of how many more dinos I could cuddle if I had the improved traits. You're probably right. You probably could. You probably could. Let's do some cleaning, some mopping here across the board. Wherever we spilled some liquids. That is okay. And I think we are basically also ready to open up the saltwater geyser here once again. And yeah, why not? Why not? Why not just open it back up and bring it down here? It is dormant right now. That could actually become a problem. No, it's only dormant for 15.9 more cycles. That's fine. Here we can mop, here we can mop, here we can rip out this one tile right here. Just to get access to that little bit of extra brine here. Because why leave it behind? Yeah, why not? The saltwater geyser, we closed it off in the first place. Because it was making us nothing but problems with breaking tiles and weird water behavior. Now that the water level has dropped, we can go back at it and produce more wonderful, wonderful water for our desalinators down here. That are, of course, feeding straight into our gas pumps. Sorry, our gas pumps. Our electrolyzers, I mean, for our spawn over there. Very good. Do we have our reed fiber yet? Yes, we do. The reed fiber is in fact here. Very good. Just gotta bring this here on, and we're gonna set this here immediately to reed fiber and simple reed seeds on a number 9 priority. The moment you see that stuff, you bring it over there. And you be fine with that. Also right here we have one piece of phosphorite for some reason. That doesn't allow us to grab our data bank out of here. Let's fix that up. Then let's close this here off the way it's supposed to be. Okay, very good. The reed fiber is going to get over there once we have power. That'll be just fine, I believe. And then over here we are 26,000 kilocalories. Eventually we will have to find us a food solution. But there's still plenty of swamp shards around here that will keep us alive with 2 dupes for, I mean, probably 20 or 30 cycles easy. Looks like you need one more block under the door. I'm assuming you're referring to this here. Yep. Figured. Let's make it a block. Let's make it an insulated block. It's on the inside of the base. And let's see what this does here temperature-wise with our insulated tiles. If we will need another row or not, we can decide that on the short term in a heartbeat. No problem. Alright, very, very nice. This one here is, yep, ready to go. This one here is ready to go, I believe. Hasn't been activated. Odd, I guess. This one here has been activated. And this one here will be activated very, very soon. Very, very good. Everything's taking on shape. Everything's fine. Everything is the way it's supposed to be. Very, very good indeed. Let's take this here up. And I'm gonna grab us also a pitcher pump that I'm just gonna have sitting right there for the time being. You know what? Let's make it right there for the time being. And the reason is, of course, that I can come down here with my lad in this case here. Great. Just gotta dig out this one extra pile of coal right here for the water to settle down here in this area. And it should be just fine. And you know what, as a matter of fact, we can just get rid of this ladder and replace it with a tile as well. Very, very good. Now, we just need somebody to actually come here and do this real quick on our wheel right here, which then, of course, turns on our conveyor loader. Just someone, one of you, real quick. No issues, no problem. Just a tiny, tiny little bit of. Actually, let me do it this way right here. I'm gonna dig out the first few tiles on the top first, and we will see if we get lucky enough to get a chance to get off a command for mopping. That's the word I was looking for so desperately. We go to 1 time speed. And we did it. And we did it again. And we're gonna do it. That's very fun. And this polluted water here has lost the fight before it even started. Very good. That's what we want. And of course the reason for it is that we are just going to use this area here naturally as an infinite storage for, well, everything. And that should keep us alive here for the time being. I mean, all that we're lacking is food, and I'm not too worried about that in a pinch. We can always send it over once our supply teleporters are activated across the board. Okay, now, thimble reeds, reed fibers. We need to get it over there. I guess for that I will need to give one of you guys a little bit of a higher priority in operating, or it will never get done, I suppose. Still showing not allowed by schedule. Not allowed by schedule. Well, take a nap, and then how about you go on the hamster wheel here for just a second. If one operating says Kionis, same. Brandon says, I've always enjoyed the progress of Bier Spaces where Echo goes crazy and lets the dumpster fire just burn and Luna is a machine at it. Yep. We do have our dumpster fires as well, usually when we try something new. But when we are just doing standard stuff like building around stuff like polluted water and whatnot, I think we got that under control. Come on. This one here was actually already done. The ladders are not needed, as I mentioned earlier, so that's great. Here we have our automatic dispensers, and we're going to make our lives very, very easy. We're just going to grab the automatic dispenser we already have, go to copy settings. What works on our first planetoid will also work on the second. Okay, very, very nice. Did we already put something in here, though, is my question. Did we? Let's see. Thimble. Reed seed, we have 1 unit still. And reed fiber, we still have 1 unit as well. Which means, no, they have not been put in there. That still needs to be done. Would be great if we could get that done ASAP, please. Theoretically speaking, it should just be laying right there. So we're gonna go sweep 9. And we're gonna go reed fiber sweep 9 as well. Should theoretically be placed in here, one would think. Word says I need to run. Thank you for the stream, Beer. I hope things go smoothly for the rest of the stream. Words, I appreciate it. Absolutely no problem. I hope you have a great rest of your day, sir. Talk number 27 says, agree, Brandon. It's been a hot minute since Francis Sean has done on an oxygen not included run. I wouldn't mind him doing another one too. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Francis John, I don't know what happened with him. I think he enjoys other games more nowadays, which I understand. Maybe I will eventually enjoy something more. Who knows? Music Kitty has resubscribed with Jeff Bezos' money and the Twitch Prime. Thank you very much for that, Music Kitty. I truly, truly appreciate your continued support. Truly, truly do. Oh, manual use is not turned on. Am I an idiot? Oh, yes, I am an idiot. I am an idiot! Thanks for pointing it out. Appreciate that. That was dumb as hell. That is not on. When Rhineland says, also have to call it a day, going out with my wife for sushi. Sushi. Now I'm hungry. I might order me some sushi when I'm done here streaming. So, hope you have a good time, Von Rhineland. He says also give a thumbs up, a subscription, and join the Discord. Yes, guys, by the way, if you haven't liked yet, I would highly recommend it. Because it costs nothing, and it helps out your favorite German engineer. So, yes, if you are capable of pressing the button, I would appreciate it. And Von Rhineland, thank you very much. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and you enjoy your sushi with your wife. He's playing the new Rimworld DLC. I had a feeling about that. I had a feeling that that is what he's up to now. The thing is still dormant. You know what? I say, screw it. I say, we're gonna go hog wild into the abyss. We will see what we are dealing with over here. Real quick. You can always block it off. There are always options. So yeah. Brandon says, when I played a lot, I learned a lot from beer and the rest, but I'm a fan of the dumpster fire approach. Records of my old bases are in the Discord. You just need to search for them. It's been a minute. Yes, you are a fan of the dumpster fire approach. I do remember that. Sometimes having a dumpster fire is fun. Don't get me wrong. But doing nothing but dumpster fires, every once in a while, having just a decent base would just be, you know. Also, I never closed this here off. That is a stupid rookie mistake. It's not even a stable anymore. Body temperature is once again wrong. That's because now we have nothing over here on the right side. Let's try to rectify that. Nothing's going to get in here anymore. At least no heat exchange is going to happen anymore. At least very little. So if we are getting a little bit of oxygen out of here on the right side, it should heat up this Ovagro node here relatively quickly, one would think. Also in our research, projectiles, we're done with that, I would argue. What else do we have? Why not? High velocity transport. Let's do that. But yes, we do need the Ovagro node. Our lungs are hungry. Time until death, 1.3 cycles, 1.9 cycles. You are dead. Also, this one here is dying due to body temperature. Really? Is it that freaking cold in our base all around here? Same with this one here. All three of them are running low on body temperature. Okay, we gotta fix this here. We gotta fix this here. Which one is going over to the right? This one right here. Okay. Coming out at 40. Going over at 30. If we remove one more tile right here. So basically what I'm doing is I'm increasing the temperature of our oxygen. By default, it's coming out at roughly 41 degrees. We are cooling it down to roughly 30 degrees to make it more bearable for our base. Let's see what happens when we remove one extra tile right here. Now we are at 35 degrees. Let's see if 35 degrees here is going to help us out a little bit more. 5 extra degrees Celsius could make all the difference in the world here. Also right here, it's the nickel ore. That is our problem. That I left in there in the beginning because it was nice and warm. That is not the case anymore. So let's fix that up with some igneous rock as well, while we're at it. On the top right here, we're still at 27 degrees, 26 degrees. That is okay for the time being, but eventually it will become a problem as well. And on top of that, we should have now a thimbleweed. Yes, a thimbleweed is here, the first one. Let's plop it in there. Yeah, the door through the wrench here might be a problem as well. I think I'm also going to rip this one here out, just like we did below. The dupes can only walk through non-range areas, or areas at least that are not sensitive to heat. I think that is the way to do that here. Just like replacing these here with insulated tiles on the right side, at the bare minimum on the right side. And down here beneath it, I think we're gonna do the same thing, honestly. And can we stop doing shit with shale? This is so annoying. Also, igneous rock is getting low, but we can fix that. We do have that available. So let's put in those tiles here all around. And let's make sure that we insulate this here properly and get this here back on track as soon and as fast as we can. Yeah, up here at least we're growing again, in the middle and on the left side. That's great. Maybe these ones here will not actually die a horrible death, because our peat is down to 16.5 tons, and that would be the reason for it. It's the water temp that is being fed to the plant. There is no water being fed to these plants right here. Not on this side. The only place where we are feeding anything is right here. And the first simple reed is growing. Very, very good. They will get ripped because we changed tiles. Yes, they will be on the right side. Right here. They will get ripped out, but not on the left side. On the left side, we should still be okay, I believe. Just need the dupes to actually get it done. Let's see right here. Didn't we have a bunch of igneous rock right here? Am I dreaming this? No, I'm not. I was about to say. That would have been crazy. Let's go 4 high all the way through here. You know what? Let's do it from top to bottom. As that should be in the first place. We're gonna start, I mean not stop, right here, and we're gonna come all the way over here, including the Bamas. You know what? The Bamas can live. Right here, we're gonna go through. We're gonna come through here, dig it all up, and grab us some more igneous rock for our base. Okay, there we go. Yep, they're getting ripped out on the right side. That's precisely why I didn't do it on the left side. I wanted to leave the left side alone, so we don't make the same mistake as down here, because down here I did make the mistake. That was on me. I did do left and right. I should have done only right, not left, but what can I do? What can I do? Plants have died, yeah, I'm sure they have. I'm not surprised. And on Gorgado right here, what are we doing? This here has been completed. One thing that I do want to do is I want to get this nonsense out of here while we still have the time, and we do have the time indeed. That should be totally okay for the time being. And then we're going to close this here off so it doesn't keep annoying us. And then the ladder that we put down here, yep, all this stuff here has been grabbed by our dupes. No issues with that. And I'm just going to come straight through here, connect the polluted water together, and grab us 2 more swamp shards in the process. Because we can, mainly. There we go. That's what that should look like. And that should be okay for the time being. Alright. Did we dig? Yes, we did dig. Over here, I do really not want to release all this water here up over to the right. I also really don't want to release it to the beta hive. I mean, we have plenty of beta hives. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Let's be very realistic about this fact right here. What I'm going to do is I am going to bring a ladder up through here. We already know what we need in here. We need 2 tiles right here, and from here it goes up. Unfortunately, we don't have the igneous yet, so I'm going to wait to put this here in, but we're going to check this here out very, very shortly. As soon as the dupes have access, as a matter of fact, analyze with a number 9 priority. I want to get that done as fast as we can. And we should have access doing just this here without an issue. Okay, let's see if we can get that done, and then let's see if we can grab us some more igneous. And while we are at it, let's unlock a new blueprint. Okay, what do we have? Basic orange pants in common quality. Definitely had those before, but that is okay. 3 C's here. Thankfully, the oxygen environment here is not that big a deal. Our dudes should be able to breathe and should be able to dig through here relatively quickly without too much issues and grab us the igneous rock that we need so desperately. That should already be enough to keep messing with this thing right here. Because right here, like I said, we already know that we need this here, so we might as well build it. With the exception of this tile right here, we're going to leave this here on uranium ore so it doesn't leak out and stay there. We also know that we want to be 3 high on the inside, and then we're going to come over the top. We can do all of this. Down here, we know we're going to go 4 over. All of this is known, or all of these are known dimensions. Let me put it that way. We are going to come with this ladder all the way over here. And we're going to dig our way through the top. And then on the other side, we immediately going to put in the liquid reservoir just so we have it. I can put in our ladders the way they should be. There we go. Something just like this here. Obviously, we're going to hold off on one of those parts. And that is these 2 tiles here specifically, because the dupe can come in here and get started with the analyzing of the copper volcano. So once again, we know what we are working with here. Are we dormant? Are we about to erupt? What are we doing? Love that tamer design, so do I. And I believe we are going to try once again over here on this left side with this copper volcano to build it in a self-sustaining way. But this time we're going to do it smart. We're going to do it smarter than up here. This was the prototype, and now we're going to refine the prototype when we are going to build that tamer. That is. Need some space above the last ladder to get into the gold volcano. Get what? Need some space above the last ladder. I don't know what you mean, sir. Oh, you meant that this here is blocking it? No, they can come through here. This here is too high, and this here is too high. All good. I'm assuming that's probably what you were referring to. What I also want to do is not build these 2 tiles quite yet, just so the dupes can come in later on from the left and from the right, however they see fit. But for right at the moment, mainly getting this here researched, or analyzed better to say, is priority number 1. That's what we want and that's what we need. And hopefully the dupes will provide. Also, one other thing, what I do want to do is dig this one tile here out so we can start dropping this water here. Kind of like that. Like that. You're gonna build this here right away, aren't you? No, not even. I was like, one time I don't need you to build something, right away you do. I thought they would need headroom. Nope, I did check that out beforehand. Every once in a while I do actually pay attention. Doesn't happen a lot. But it does happen on occasion. Jared is here, says evening all. Evening, Jared. How you doing today? Hope you're doing alright. Our symbol read here is still happily growing. Very, very nice. The only downside is that we have some slime lung in this area. Apparently we have a lot of slime lung in our base. What the? What now? I was not aware of that, honestly. Do we have a buddy bud seed? Is that a thing? Did we ever use one? Buddy? Are you here? No? No buddy bud seed. Okay, do we have one over here? Buddy? You here? Nope. No buddies. Alright. Then not. Close. Now we can close this here off though for the time being. That will be just fine. Who is scalding and why? Oh, that's why. Whoops. There are once again 11.8 tons of copper at a whooping temperature of 462 degrees. Wow. That's quite a house number. Okay, that is quite a house number indeed. That will hurt Katrina here badly. Should have checked that. Making the same mistake twice. Love it, love it. What are we going to do about that? I know what we're going to do about that. We're going to cancel the analysis. And we're going to give this floor right here a much higher priority. Plus 1 extra tile. Actually, we don't even need that. That's fine. We're just not going to build this here quite yet. And then we go from there. And Jared has become a level 1 engineer. Thank you very much for the membership on YouTube, Jared. Truly, truly appreciate the support. Means the world to me. Thank you very much again. Shouldn't have dropped the water till you were done building. That is correct. That is 100% correct. Yeah, gonna rectify that now. Gonna rectify that now. Should have checked that before and didn't. Let's put the flooring in. Now we can also build this one tile here safely without an issue. Let's get the floor completely done. And then let's just drop some water from here back in there so we can continue analyzing happily. Watched lots of recorded videos, first time watching live. That is awesome. Always happy to see new people getting into the live stream from my old videos, because the truth is I have not really uploaded a new video in a long time. Eventually, I hope at least, I will be able to go back to that as well. But this is done, very good. Now with a number 9 priority, we're just gonna go straight for this uranium ore right here and grab us the extra water and reflood this area. Mistakes were made, and mistakes have to be rectified. So let's rectify right away. Okay. There we go. Probably not a lot, honestly, that's coming in here. Doesn't look like it's a hell of a lot. It's probably not, but at least it will drop the temperature here of two things by a few degrees. We really need a little bit more water in here. On the bright side, dropping the water back out of here is going to be super duper simple, so it doesn't really matter too much if we have to do a little bit of extra nonsense. Right now, something like this here is what I have in mind. So let's say priority number 9 for this ladder, and these pieces right here, and also these 2 pieces of uranium need to go while we are already at it, honestly. Not with a yellow alert that is maybe overkill, but everything else we can do. And then we're gonna go back to researching. It's probably still too hot here, isn't it? And carbon dioxide is at 29 degrees. It should work. Let's try it. Should work. I thought we might need a second layer of water. Maybe we don't. But might as well consolidate it right now while we are at it. Because why not? If you start uploading videos again, you should make a troll base just to mess with us. Where just every possible thing can go wrong. I've done that once before. In, I think, the very first year that I did YouTube, I did a April's Fool's video. It started out like every other video. And the longer we got into the video, the worse it got. Until it was very obvious that that was clearly on purpose. Anybody remember that video? I don't think I got too many, too high view numbers, if I remember correctly. Commit some war crimes that old RimWorld players Twitch. And spaghetti everywhere. Just like the worst possible base. Like I don't remember anymore how to play the game at all. That would be funny, honestly. That would be funny. Okay, we can at least keep building the outline right here. That is 3 high, isn't it? If I remember correctly. I think, yes, steam turbines are only 3 high. That makes our life a lot easier. So we can build basically everything that allows us to keep this here in. 1 is right there, 1 is right there. Then we're gonna leave 2 open. And we're gonna build in a roof. Might as well go 3 high, it's 4. So all of this is reachable from the bottom. We don't have to go above. It's totally fine the way it is. And then we can also already start mopping up here on the top. And everything that falls down, we can also start getting out of here. Just so we have it ready. But what I do need the dupes to do badly is to, please, show us what's going on with our copper volcano. William says, just woke up. Didn't you just leave an hour or 2 ago? That was a very, very short nap you took there, sir. Okay. The chat debate where stuff could go, like a wood burner in a bedroom. I am still trying my best to trying to find a option to get the voting better, because of course having the vote in the chats is not optimal. I'm still trying to find a way where I can have it on screen, or at least in the chats in some way, shape, or form, and preferably in a way where the where my moderators can set up the votes for me, so I don't have to do it while I'm live streaming. I can have them do it while they're watching. That would be a lot better for the streaming experience across the board, but I have not really found too much that is working across Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Apparently that is a little bit of a bottleneck, a little bit of an afterthought, that people could actually stream on 2 platforms at the same time. How wonder, how wonder. I thought maybe we can take a snippet and have ChatGPT set it up. I actually thought about the same thing, honestly. Earlier today, when I saw what Words posted, I thought about the exact same thing. I was like, why can we not just make our own thing and have ChatGPT do it for us? I mean, I just made an entire program with ChatGPT for work in a programming language that I don't understand. Anything's possible nowadays, that's for damn sure. I might get you on board for that, Kionis. I know that you're very well versed in that kind of thing. Maybe we can mess something up here that does what we want it to do. ChatGPT is a programming language? It sure does. Matter of fact, I just did it yesterday. I got access to ChatGPT 5. It was the first thing I had to do. I was like, okay, let's try the capabilities. Let's see if old Sam's lying or not. He wasn't. It's amazing. Depleted uranium. We don't have a storage for it. Well, let's make sure we rectify that. Uranium. Depleted. Has now a storage. That's great. And we also have another blueprint here. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, because it would be very easy right now, while I am reading exactly what's going on here on the screen, one of the moderators could set that up as an actual poll for Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, we will have to see how that goes, but that would be a nice to have. We have Joshua with ranching and building. He is skilled in super hard digging, is nyctophobic, and is building impaired. Then we have Hassan, interested in supplying, plus 12. He is a rock fan, he is Luddite, and has noodle arms. Then we have saltwater, 2 tons worth of it. And we have Maya, with suit wearing, is buff, is starry-eyed, and is anemic. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think. And that is, of course, what we are going to do. Jonas says, well, I design analog circuits, but I need to program on occasion. I thought so. I thought that you do need to program on occasion. I mean, my knowledge about programming is... I do understand object-oriented programming. I do know Swift as a language, for example. I do know some HTML, some CSS, some React. But it's... since I don't do it for a living and just as a hobby, it's not really as sophisticated of a knowledge as I should or could have. Okay. We have a vote for Joshua, we have a vote for Reject All, another vote for Reject All from Music Kitty. Okay, I will give you guys a few more seconds here to come up with what we should do. And also, I wish we would get more fibers, or better to say, more thimbleweed seeds. That's what I was looking for. The seeds is what we need, more than the fibers right now. I think there are polls on YouTube, just to know how many options can each poll have. I don't know about Twitch. There are polls on YouTube. We have used those before. That was before I started dual streaming. Now that I'm dual streaming, it's of course a problem, because I want everyone, no matter the platform, have the same experience. If I do polls only on YouTube, the experience will not be the same. Clearly. Not how I want to dual spinning, and not how I imagine it either, to be very honest. The whole idea is that you guys can choose the platform that you want to have, and the content on that platform should be the same regardless which one it is. That's my vision. William says, are you ready to play some new game other than Oxygen Not Included? I highly recommend Dave the Diver. I feel like I've heard that before. I am ready to play other games, honestly. I am still planning on streaming during the week. It's just a complete disaster. It's like every time I think I have time, something else comes up. It's a complete disaster right now. And I mean my life with that. What do you think of the vote provided by ChatGPT? It's in the mod chat. I will have to look at that probably in more detail after the stream, to be honest. Maybe we can hop on a call at some point and see if we can maybe figure out something together what we can do here. But yeah, if we can get that up and running, that would be great. LOL, beer playing Dave would be great. Okay, let's check it out. What are your votes? We have one vote for Maya, one vote for Joshua, 2 votes for Reject All. Reject All is currently winning, even ahead of the saltwater, which is hilarious. But I'm gonna give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the Reject All button. It is. Okay. I did check the delay, by the way. When I count down, the delay is roughly 3 seconds on both platforms. So theoretically speaking, when I count down from 5, you should at least hear the last few numbers before it's over. Why not bring back the dupes from the other planetoid? We got what we wanted. That is actually a good plan. Is there anything else over here that we want? That we need? I mean, we can always go back. I think that is a good idea. I mean, for right now, there is nothing over here that we require in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I think that is a good idea. Let's bring Killjoy over first, because he's originally from there. And then later on, Codependent can come as well. Codependent will do just fine over here for now. We have the food, 20,000 kilocalories. That is no problem. He will be fine for the foreseeable future. You can even dig up a little bit more and walk around here to see what else we have going on. And Yamato, thank you very much for the sub, for the follow on Twitch. I truly, truly appreciate that. We have our natural gas right here, our power source. When we want to come back here and exploit this planetoid here more, we can do so. At any given time, really. Okay, we also dug into some water somewhere, apparently. Lots of water. I guess, Codependent, that's gonna be your job. To, basically mob everything that you can mob. I guess this tier has left the station. That is okay, though. Once the, can you create fiber from rigs? Yes, we can. But we do have our thimble rig going up here. We are basically just waiting. Actually, can I copy the settings right now? I believe so. Yes, I can. I don't have to wait for them to be around the moment they are here, or we get another seed, we're immediately gonna plant them, and it should be fine. Yeah, Codependent can dig, Codependent can mop, anything to get up his skills. There's plenty to do around here. And he can dig over here to the right, for example. Let's see here. Yeah, why not? He can literally dig, for example, through here. And then we're gonna go on the Abyssalite. Apparently he cannot dig through there. But he can dig through here. He cannot get through Abyssalite. That is a problem. Okay, we can't go further to the right. That is unfortunate. So we just have him dig out random stuff here inside the base. For example, right here. There is nothing at all stopping us from digging this entire area here out. Literally as it stands. No problem. Let's do it. Where did we get the reed fiber from? Second planetoid. We found exactly one. And I kid you not. And it was right there. And I still don't see another one. Ooh, but what do I see up here? Ooh. Can I get there? Yes, I can. A buddy bud seed. Very, very nice. Yeah, code dependent. You can grab that, and once you have it, you can just smack it in here. Yeah, okay, or not, because we don't actually can touch it yet. If we can't touch it, it also technically doesn't exist yet. At least not for our buildings. We can't put it in anywhere or nothing like that. But that's fine. Eventually, he will get done mopping. Eventually, he will get up there. And eventually, we will get our buddy bud over to the other side where it belongs. And that's when we will start fighting our slime lung issue. Let's make this up here a number 9 priority. Just like the mopping itself. That should be just fine. How are we with oxygen, by the way? Yeah, down here we are a little bit on the low end, aren't we? That's kind of what I thought. Because we don't have a lot of off-gassing going on here, and the ones that we do have going on are kind of liquid locked. Are you going to use the seed duplication technique for the reed fiber? No. No, there's no need for that. It just does it automatically for us. We're not in a hurry. We don't need an infinite amount of them. It's totally fine. We just let the dupes do dupe things, and that'll be okay. Have we now taken a look at this here? 17.3 cycles. Do we have steel? 1,200 kilograms. So the answer is no. Can we make more steel? Can we make another 30 of those suckers? Looks like the answer is yes. Temperature-wise, not too shabby. Everything's good. Everything's fine. We just need to be careful that the water level doesn't drop more when we dig here. Currently there's still water, but eventually we will have to come down further with our piping here, which is okay and not a big deal. 17 cycles though, that's quite a house number to reach. On the bright side though, the dupes have nothing else to do, and the path down here and over is a lot more, and I mean a hell of a lot more straightforward than the path that we had to the other tamer. So I think this here is doable, at least in theory. Let's grab us the thermo aqua tuner right away and put it in here, made out of steel, please. Thank you, appreciate that. We need you right here, please. And then let's immediately start building on it. As fast as we can. As fast as we can. And as good as we can. Let's make sure that we try to do it right the first time and we don't have to do too many rebuilds here. That would be great. We have aluminum available, so let's make that happen. You know what? Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. That's okay. Let's grab us also directly the conduction panels made out of aluminum. Let's turn them around. Let's go here and let's go there. And then let's finish this here up all the way through. Very, very good. We don't have enough steel for the right side though. That has to be created. We need it. What else can we do in the meantime though? That's the bigger question. Looks like most of the stuff that we had in here has been removed, so it shouldn't be hot anymore. That would be at least my understanding, my basic understanding. Up here on the top, everything can also be moved out. And I believe that allows us to dig up this one tile here and get rid of most of the water that's in here. That should be fine. No problems whatsoever. Also, this ladder right here will have to go all the way down so we can reach like the reservoir and everything else. And you know what, actually? We're gonna do the exact same thing that we did before. I am once again building this here and this here. And bringing this here over. Sorry, not here. That's incorrect. This here is correct. Bring this here down right here. Should be good. Should be good. Piping for the turbines, we can put that in as well. That is correct. Piping for the turbines. We need this here, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this here, and I need to connect them together. Bring them over in here. That gives us a liquid vent in the bridge. That's where that stuff belongs. Just like this. Yep, we can put that in as well. Good catch. Good call. Okay, we can also probably plop in the first one, as a matter of fact, as usual. In power, we can grab us the steam turbine made out of lead. That's fine. That's totally okay. Dig up this nonsense. Bring me a power source, please. That will have to be a long temporary wire. We will need one for right now. For the time being, also to prime it and to start it up, it will be needed as well. So, one way or another, we will need to make this here happen, if we like it or not. We're gonna go 4 high, and we're gonna come across. We're gonna come with a ladder down here. And also, you know what, pick this stuff here up. Across the board. In its entirety, please. Don't drain the water, it is ready to be steamed. No, it's not ready to be steamed. This was at 900 kilograms. For this build here, we don't need more than 150. We can't have more than 300. So, yeah, it had to go lower than 300 kilograms. At the bare minimum. One way or another, we had to drain some of it out of here. Obviously, it would be nice if we could just stop it now from draining, but that's not going to happen in the time that we have. It won't make a difference whatsoever. But I do see your point, Dimitris. In theory, the idea was good. Do we get a little bit of steel in by now? Yes, we have a little bit. So we can go into shipping and we can grab us the conveyor loader made out of steel. That fits. And then the conveyor shutoff. That fits as well. Beautiful. Made out of steel. Both of them. Let me double check that. Now, last but not least, we will need another 200 kilograms total. Another 50 on top of what we already have. To build the auto sweeper. The conveyor rails made out of iron ore, though, can go already in there. No questions asked. And no issues at all. But let's do it one more time here, just because we can. And this is gonna look, I believe, like this. Does it come from the top? It would come over. Nope, it will come from the bottom. What I thought, but double checking is always better. We can build all of this. And then let's go into shipping once again. Grab us once again the conveyor bridge right here and build the rest. The rest is going to be straightforward. We're just going to come down here to the bottom, going to come up here to the top, and connect this here up to here. And from here, we're going to come all the way through over to the left. Before we're going to make our way back to where we came from, but that we don't need right this very moment. That's okay. Last but not least, on the bottom, we will need a conveyor meter. So let's plop that in as well. Perfect. And before I forget it, all the automation wires that we need, one goes here, one goes there, and one goes here. All right, plenty to do, plenty to do. Need a ladder for access. Where do we need a ladder for access? This one here. Needs a ladder for access. Yeah, this one here. Oops, can step on top of that. Oh, to the volcano. That's right. We do need a ladder, don't we? That one's too low. Mistake. Here we need the ladder. You know what? Let's just build it all the way through. We do need a ladder here. That's funny. Main has just completely blocked off, and I'm like, that's fine. That's totally fine. Let's give everything here a high priority, including our power wire. That is required. Also, the power wire itself. Let's make sure we put it through here the way it's supposed to be, and I believe, if I remember correctly, it's right here where our auto sweeper is going to be. Yep, it is. Sure enough. Exactly where it's going to be. And then we just need, like I said, at least temporarily connect this here together in one way, shape, form, or another to hook it up to power. Should be just fine. Okay, so far so good. We can also go in plumbing, grab us the liquid pipe thermal sensor and plop it here. And now we can also go into shipping again and grab us the conveyor rail thermal sensor and plop it right there. That's the automation. That's everything we need. That is a simple and complex build at the same time. You can tell an engineer designed it. It did take several iterations to get here, but yes. I mean, I may be biased. I may be biased, but I truly love this build. It's just so elegant. Works so well. I love it. Love it myself. And I'm usually really hard on giving myself praise, but that is probably the best build that I have. That's the best piece of my portfolio. Okay. Can we make this happen here within 16 cycles? I believe. I believe. Yeah, you're still mopping up here, sure. Why not? That will also increase your skill, though. No, that's fine. Let's bring the rest through. All in a 9. I don't really care what you build first. There is no rhyme, no reason, no order. I would just need a little bit of extra steel here. It may actually be enough. Or rails, I was to say. I don't think we need... How many pieces do we need here? We need... 3, 4, 5, 6. We need exactly 6. Look at that. So we should have the materials even for that. Ready to roll. Beautiful. Beautiful. That all in a high priority. Everything that we need in this area here needs to have the high priority. But that should be good. Now, last but not least, we will need, once again, rails. Thankfully, they are already somewhat nearby, and that will be low priority. We don't care that much about it. Wait, how low am I going with this? Not that low. I was about to say, that ain't it. But this here, on the other hand, is. And we can just go straight down here, over here, and into there. Nice. If I would have thought about that beforehand, I could have built the tamer the other way around, so the exit is on the other side, but what does it matter? John Andre says, do you have a video of that? Yes, I do have a video of that that explains in detail how it's built. It's called the Volcano Tamer, or the Metal Volcano Tamer version 3.0. And Brandon just wrote it in chat, yep. Okay, oops. Plenty to do, plenty to do. Not gonna run out of work here anytime soon. Our bottleneck may actually be the oxygen in our gas masks. But nope, looks like they are nice and full. But it may become the bottleneck, let me put it that way. Okay, this is very good. This is very nice. We can also go ahead, once again, low priority because it doesn't matter. Build us a liquid pump down here on the bottom. We're going to utilize it for water. Do we have, we even have polluted water nearby. This is insane. Look at this shit. This location here is basically made for the tamer. It's made for it. Even right here. Yeah, that's even better. Yeah, that's precisely what we're going to do here. That's a done deal. This tiny little bit of water here is all we need to fill up our liquid reservoir. And then this water right here is all we need to fill up this here. So yeah, we're just gonna go with a pitcher pump here. That's super simple, super fast, super accessible for the dupes. And there's no point in building piping all over the place for this. If we want piping, we're gonna do it right here. And eventually, once this here is emptied out, and we can actually utilize this pass right here, this is literally how we're going to come down here with our pipe, as well as with our ladder. Not out of shale, not out of igneous, build it out of something else. Something that we have nearby, granite maybe, sure, why not? Going to come down here, down here on the bottom, we're going to consolidate everything to a lowest point that I just decided is going to be right here. That'll be fine. And then we're going to build a liquid pump that is just straight connected to this pipe. Right here, looking something like this. Plus, of course, the wire, where we are just going to come once we can, right through here, and straight in there. Very easy, very nice, and should also be comparatively fast. Looks like the water here doesn't really know what it's doing. How high is it here? 300 kgs? That's actually plenty. Alright, very good. Let's do this. And let's see if we can get this here done within the next 15 cycles. I have high hopes. Codependent still over here. That's already another skill point. Very nice. Did I never give you a hat? I could have sworn I gave you a hat. Oh, I know why. We never actually activated the mini pod. That That would explain it. Once the mini pod is activated, you will be able to get your hat. Ladders might be made of shale again. Did I do it? Ladder is made out of granite right here. These here are made out of shale, yes. You are correct. You are indeed correct. Stupid shale. Stupid shale. You know I was going to say something about that available skill. I don't know what to give it to him for right now. Actually, I do know what to give it to him for. Well, it's only one skill point though. It doesn't get us through what we need. We need super hard digging for abyssalite mining. That would get him through it, but... I didn't check the food. 18,000 kilocalories? Yeah. You've been mopping over here. What are you mopping? I'm dead serious. What is he mopping? I'm pretty sure this is bug. Where is it flowing from? I didn't see a flow pattern. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is flowing. I was like, I don't see it flowing from any direction. What is going on here? Well, what's going on is that you don't start mopping from the bottom. You start mopping from the top. That's what you're doing. That is what you're doing. There we go. That should be slightly more fruitful, I would assume. It's the goldfish, isn't it? It's the freaking goldfish. I may have to kill it after all. I may have to kill it after all. Yep, goldfish. Once again, my nemesis, the goldfish. Code, kill it, or you will still be mopping here next year. Priorities, code dependent, full force on attacking, kill the fish. How did that area get dug up? I'm pretty sure that it was mud or something that broke. That is probably what happened here. Yeah, right here. Right here we had a breakage. That released it. That I apparently wasn't aware of. But that is fine. That is okay. It's not like we don't have the water, we just have to find us a basin where we can put it in at one point or another. But that is okay. Who is starving? Rubber duck! You just have to get yourself some food. There's really no reason to starve about it. And now we can connect those three things here together. The liquid pipe. Or build it out of obsidian. I can care less. Dig it up. The power. And also, last but not least, if I am allowed to select it, the ladder built out of granite. Coming all the way up here at the bare minimum. Okay, that should be fine. Plenty to do still for the dude. 14 cycles on the clock. Can't forget about that either. Does spiders sting? Yes, spiders do sting. We should probably put just 2 tiles in here. Just to keep them somewhat contained in their area. That should be okay. Also, igneous rock. Since we're constantly complaining about this stuff, why don't we dig it up right away? And let's do the top 2 rows. A little bit higher. Okay, should be good. We also have some carbon dioxide right here that I would prefer to keep out of there. So let's give these 2 here actually a yellow alert. So we don't get too much carbon dioxide in here, or the betas will constantly sleep instead of mining uranium ore, as they should. Kind of like you are seeing right there. That's something we definitely do not want. So let's see if we can get these 2 tiles here done a little bit faster. Kind of like that. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. Everything else, it really doesn't matter to me. Have we built? Yes, we have. Power is here. We can also put in the last puzzle piece right here, which is the airlock door that we need later on. Very good. Very good indeed. And right here, we can also put in that first insulated tile that allows us to add the water to our heart's content. That's the next thing that we are gonna do right away. Well, we don't have a problem with that later. Okay, dupes are coming, dupes are building. Things are happening. That's all I can ask for here. Slowly but steadily making our way through it. On Gorgado, now that the goldfish is dead, we can actually, once again, start mobbing. Because why not? It gives us wonderful skill points, if nothing else. Oh, it's the oxygen. Oxygen is just fine, and I really need him to stop complaining. There's nothing wrong with this. That's how I look at this. Okay. One more thing that we could do is have him dig up these tiles right here, just for better gases exchange. Even though that shouldn't be a problem anymore here. Very, very soon. Okay, very good. Making progress. Another cycle just passed. We saw it, or we were seeing the autosave. And where are we at? We are at 13.2 cycles. I think this is very doable, honestly. I hope I'm correct. Let me grab some metal tiles right here with some aluminum and put those in here as well. And then, yeah, I just remembered. Didn't we want to do something over here? Didn't we want to put down a bunch of, what are they called? Pike apple bushes. Plant. Copy the settings across the board here. Let's make that happen. Let's mop the floor. And then let's see if we can get some phloxes in here. Phlox and phlox on, total of 8. That's the plan. That's what we are looking for here. And then we're just going to dig into an area where we have phloxes, kind of like this area right here, and see if we cannot move them over there. That's right. Let's see, we get wrangle all of them, with the exception of one of you. And that's the dardle. The dardle wasn't even in there. That's perfect. Only the phloxes are being grabbed. Let's do this here rather quickly. And yes, the ladders going over here are still on a low priority. That's correct. With a higher priority, pitcher pump has been built. That's great to see. Love it. Now the ladder is being built. Very good. Now we have access from the right side as well. And that should hopefully speed up the process a little bit as well. Pike bush. What is the temp requirement for it again? It's very cold. We are talking negative 14 degrees on the high end. So we need to see that we keep this area here cold. That is probably going to be the bigger issue, but thankfully we have a connection to all this material down here on the bottom, which hopefully keeps our pike apple bushes at a relatively low temperature. And if we need to implement active cooling, then I will not shy away from implementing cooling. Yeah, it also would be great. I will try my best to make this here happen. Here we already have a mopping. This digging right here, high priority please. Higher than the mopping preferably. Nope. Of course. Not lucky enough for that, but on 1x speed, we got both of them to mop. Great. Let's try to get as much thermal mass out of here as possible because this water here is relatively warm. And if we can remove it, it is good for us in this particular case. Very good. Thermal mass is being eliminated. Now let's do something similar once again with this tile right there. And when it spills over, we're gonna give the command. Across the board. And we're going to do this for every single height level. Should be just fine for our purposes here, I believe. And that should hopefully prevent all this heat slowly but steadily leak into our pike apple bush farm. Because that's the last place where we want this stuff, realistically speaking. Let me go back on the speed so we can play the game a few more times here. Okay, slowly but steadily. It's a little trick. If you're fast enough, then you can do it. Teleporter charged? Teleporter is probably charged. That's a good call, music. Let me check on that here in a second. That's cheating? No, that's speed. How much do we have here? 200 kgs. Come on, dude. A little bit higher priority on this here, please. Play smarter, not harder, William. Right? There we go. There is no cheating in oxygen not included. That is also a fact of life. And by now we are able to we should be able to get all of it out without an issue. Wonderful. That's great. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That is what I would call a success. Very, very good indeed. And then last but not least, I'm gonna help out with this one tile of shale here as well that's at 32 degrees by putting another insulated tile. We have our abyssalite right here. That should help us in that regard already by default, but here the shale is not that helpful at all. Blackapple bushes are growing. That's great. We have, or we will get our Fluxus, maybe? Please? I need to give this here a higher priority, maybe? It is a high priority. Doesn't get much higher than that. Stress vomiting. Oh, Demetrius, oh my. No surprise you're stressed. You're stressed because you're stuck. That is a problem. At least you're stuck in an area that is easily accessible. And we can get you out of there. Relatively quickly, hopefully. Yes, stand in the vomit, 3C, and get Demetrius out of there. There we go. If that's the worst of it, it's okay. I would argue. Let's make us a little bit more iron to steel here. We still have the capacity. We do not have the refined carbon, though. Let's make us another 50 of those out of peat. That is okay. That's just fine. No problem with that whatsoever. Let me check on the teleporter. Yes, that's okay. I think, codependent, you have done your job. And you can come back home to the mainland. Very, very good indeed. Over here. It starts to look great, honestly. I mean, everything that we need here has been done. We do need liquid, we do need water, and we do need to enable water bottles so we can get the water in there. That is okay. We just need to increase the priority probably for the rest of these tiles right here, for example. We will need this, we will need that. We will need all of these here. And down here on the bottom, you know what? Might as well grab some fossil while we are at it. Might as well. Might as well. Let's see. Is this here all freaking shale? No, the ladder is grand. Good. Just making sure that the ladder is actually made out of a decent material and not nonsense. Turns out, for once, it's not nonsense, so that's good. And we do now have, once again, plenty of igneous available, 34 tons to be precise. Our steam is down to 165 kilograms, though, over here. That is something I don't like. But on the bright side, we are in a vacuum. We are in a vacuum, aren't we? I have an idea. Let's see if I can get some dupes to dig themselves through here. All the way over to the right. And they will exhale probably. Let's see. How bad does it get? Yeah, it's instantly bad. It's instantly horrendous. Yeah, well. This thing here is currently idle. We can't erupt because we're at 165 kilograms. We're gonna hold off on that. It'll be just fine. We are going to focus on what's important, and that's our copper volcano. And then next time around, we're gonna deal with the problems at hand up in our impact area. Is Bier running that mod yet? Wait, which mod? I don't know. Let's see. What are we waiting for here? Like, what is the holdup? Did I give you too much else to do in the base? Not really. Are we low on oxygen? Not really. Do we have other issues? Not really. I don't really see what the problems are here. I mean, this one here will take a little bit longer because it's only a single breakthrough instead of a double one. That is a given, and that's fine. When your dupe dies, it auto gets replaced by a biodupe. It's not auto, but there is a button that pops up. I do have that mod. I seriously recommend lead suits. The plus 10 is a big improvement. I believe that on the strength. But we are about to get normal suits right here. But you know what? Why not? We could just replace these here all with lead suits theoretically. If I remember where the hell we built our suit maker, because I clearly do not. I do not even see it. Where did we build that? Oh, we don't have one yet because we didn't have the material. And thank you very much, Eliza, for the follow on Twitch. I truly appreciate it. So let's build this one. That is in stations. That is not a textile loom. It's not a space grabber. What is the damn thing called? Execute forage. That's what we're looking for. Before I built that, though. It would be cool if we had a power wire nearby that can actually handle it. Yes, we do. This power wire right here, as a matter of fact. Can't just put it right down here. I'm strange, I like biodupes. I mean, I like their mechanics and everything. I just feel like the implementation could have been done a little bit better on them. I feel like. Like when they're submerged in water that they get a debuff, I get that, but then when they're just stepping into water. Are they not wearing boots? Are we out of boots? Slap a couple of boots on a damn bionic dude. The problem will be solved forever. And the constant micromanaging of every drop of water in the base, I don't know. It's just an annoying part of the gameplay, for me personally. That's how I look at it. Okay, we're building. Most of everything here is done. Water, we are up to over 90 kilograms, over 100 kilograms per tile here. There. And then here, the last few pieces of conveyor rail that need to be built by an engineer. No choice there. And then once this here is done, we're gonna bring this here over and up. Now, how much time do we have? Not a lot, apparently. 10.6 cycles. Do we have time to take a look at this here in our automation and see what we can do better and what should stay the same? What we can do better is that we are not using heavy watt cables at all. That is what we can do better. I believe the automation right here is going to stay 100% the same. That worked before, and it will work again. So I think that's fine. Actually, we want it up there, or do we want it down there? Pay attention. I thought it was up there. Yep. That is a copy and paste basically across the board. Yeah, this here's our safety coming straight up and then coming from the smart battery in. Pretty straightforward with 2 thermal sensors. That is what we did last time, and I think we're going to do the exact same thing once again. Because it worked before, it will work again. Let's bring this up here. Let's bring this down here and over to here. And then let's bring this one in here as well. That's how we want this. And then last but not least, we will need a smart battery somewhere, preferably inside where it is cooled, but we are in a cold biome already, so it should be fine, would be my assumption. Probably for an almost indefinite amount of time to put one of those batteries, if I find it, if I'm not completely blind. Where are you? There you are. Making you out of iron, and we're just going to leave you right there. We're going to grab us a automation wire that we are going to lead straight through here. And then F2, all we need to do basically is run a wire all the way through here and connect it up there, for example. That would get the job done the way it is. Okay, so far, so good. Liquid, 120, that's fine. Let's increase the speed here a little bit. Yeah, we are slowly but steadily at least bringing the iron ore for the conveyor rail. When an engineer comes by, he can build it. That should be fine. But everything that's on the inside right here should be a number 9 priority right out of the box, so it gets built a little bit faster. Alright. This is looking so far so good, and I believe that we will get it all done without too big of an issue. Stress level 89%. That is fine. Gas pump for vacuum? Yeah, we can put that in. We can already put that in. Nothing stopping us. You have a good point. Vacuum pump. Need that here. Somewhere here. It doesn't really matter exactly where we put it. To be very precise, gas pressure around here is acceptable, I would argue, to go with a normal gas vent and with a normal gas pipe. And then F2 and power. Very good. Let's make it happen. Let's set this one here to everything, as we normally would. We're already having some sedimentary rock in here. Sure, why not? Codependent? Codependent is here on this planetoid right now. We just brought him over maybe a cycle ago. There should be nobody left over here at all. This is now completely abandoned, because you're right, we got what we wanted. The only thing that we didn't get was the buddy bot. Damn it! Does he recharge? No, 39%. 3 cycles. Eventually I will send one dupe very quickly back over there to grab the buddy bot. Bring that back to us. Definitely want to have access to that. Okay, very good. Is there anything else on the automation side that I'm forgetting here? I don't think so. I don't think so. In F7, F6, nothing there that's out of the ordinary. And in the automation overlay, this here also stayed exactly the same. The volcano water level, is it too high? It may be. 160, it's actually perfect. Good catch, I mean. Very good catch. 160 kilograms, couldn't be better than that. Couldn't be better than that. Let's also have him clean up here one last time. Well, second to last time, once the vacuum pump goes out, that'll have to be cleaned as well. But other than that, this here is looking pretty good. I don't know why we are not building any of this stuff right here. Even on a 7 priority, that should be done. It's so close to our base. With 23 dupes, it should really be no issue whatsoever. Most of the dupes are allowed to go through here. Only 3 of them are actually not. So that is not the bottleneck. I'm wondering. We have oxygen masks right here. That's the bottleneck, because they never actually put them back in here once they break. We only have 3 or 4 masks available. Or no, we don't. We have 1 dupe, 2 dupes, 3 dupes. And that would still be 3 extra masks. So I see 3 dupes down there, so for 3 of them, I should be able to cancel the request. But 2 of them we're gonna leave. Does the new dupe from the other planetoid have a bed and dinner table? I don't think so, actually. I don't think a lot of dupes don't have dinner tables. No, they don't. That is something we have to rectify here very soon as well. Most definitely. But at the moment, the focus is still down here on the bottom. I need the stuff here to be built. ASAP, please. Oh, dupes. There we go. There come the masks. Very nice, very nice. And hopefully a bit more masks. We'll also get more done. Okay, we're looking good. Everything else is in check. Everything else is in order. I don't see too many issues here. Lead suit. The lead suit requires glass, which we also don't have. Forgot about that for the damn lead suit because I use them so little. if we could get our hands on a little bit of glass down here. We got plans here. We got plans here. No problem. No worries. We can close this here off. That can now be closed. The entire inside here can also be closed, I believe. I don't see a reason why not. Question, why use insulated pipes for pea water? It's just a copy and paste. It's rather pointless. 100% you're right. That was not intended. We're gonna say -5. We're gonna say below. We're gonna say 200. We're gonna say above is fine. We're gonna say 5 on the bottom. That's okay. I just need a little bit more action here, dupes. A little bit more action. How are we on dupes that are high in priority on building? We have plenty of dupes. Plenty of dupes. How are we on supplying? Is that the bottleneck? Supplying could be a potential bottleneck here. Well, let's bring a couple of dupes up on that. Keone says, can we add a deodorizer at the mask entrance? The mask entrance? You mean here? Yeah, we can. Sure we can. Oxygen is what I need. You can just put one right there. We have a little bit of carbon dioxide that's just lingering here, but yeah, we can put one in here. Sure. $3,200, I was about to say, yeah, that's because everything's connected to it. That's just 4 right now. Okay, we're closing it off. Very good. I just need the dupes to also build this vacuum pump right here. Is it a problem that we don't have nickel? Is that the issue? We have 4,200 kilograms. We got plenty of nickel. That's not it. But it looks like they got it done now. But that's okay. Mop this stuff here up for good measure. Do we have no storage for wolframite by chance? Is that possible? It's definitely possible. Yeah, that's what it is. We could have seen it coming. Okay, very good. Everything's working. Just the last few pieces of pipe down here are missing. Really? Oops. Also, do they have to be out of igneous? Do we not have anything else that is closer nearby? We have bissolite right here, obsidian, sure. Any of the above, honestly. Doesn't have to be insulated, as William mentioned. Let's use obsidian. And let's see if we can make that happen a little bit faster this way. That would be nice. We are pumping. That's good. We're probably going to end up once again with a tiny little bit of carbon dioxide in here. But carbon dioxide is fine. Once again, it is less dense, or it has less mass than steam, however you want to look at it. Therefore it sinks, or it has more, not less, more. It sinks to the bottom. And it will get deleted just by the water dripping from the liquid vent. All by itself. No input required. We saw it earlier. That worked out like a charm. And we're going to do the same thing again. Now we are delivering some obsidian. Very good. It's now if we could build it 2, even better. Look at that. In S6, all we are going to do is we're going to snip off this connection right here. Because all we are trying to fill up is the tank. And on the bright side, this time here, the water should be roughly exactly as much as fits into the liquid reservoir. Namely 5,000 kilograms. We should just be able to keep it running and nothing should happen. All fine and dandy. One change I would like to see, won't be very popular, but I want stress to be a bigger deal. I think Keonesi means in oxygen not included as a whole. Not necessarily here. But yes, dupes can go to the spa at 80%. Which is of course costing us a lot of labor. We gotta see the downside to that as well. That is not a, yay, everything's fine and dandy solution. It's a, I'm too lazy to deal with it right now solution. That is what that is in all reality. Now we can also put the second steam turbine in here, by the way. And we will see. Maybe there's more water in here than I anticipated. Maybe. We are only at 2,000. The little line here is a little bit misleading, to say the least. But we are moving out. We are evacuating all the random nonsense that we had in here. That is great to see. Gotta love it. No problem with that at all. Like stat decrease by a % basis, so as your dupe scale up, so does the debuff. Oh god. Oh god. That would kill every base IO if I have. Okay, so far so good. We are evacuating everything. We are creating a vacuum. I mean, that is everything that we can do. That is, we are as done as we can be here. As done as we can be. Yeah, I think we are gonna pump all that polluted water in here. I think it will fit. Last but not least, though, one more thing that we do want to do is cover this here up a little bit. So it looks nice. Pitcher pump will die. So we can make it look at least somewhat neat. And also prevent all the heat from messing with our metal tiles here. That is, of course, the main reason. That's what she said, right? It is very correct. This number here is 10, 25, 50, 75, 99. It's all the same. Makes no difference. That is very correct. That is a fact of oxygen not included, indeed. Alright, dupes. Last finishing touches. And over here, this oxygen here will be gone. Momentarily. Momentarily. But we do need to get it all out. I can't leave any of it in here. But that will be done in no time. Give it 10x speed, and it will be really done in no time. 7.1 cycles. Very neat. Very nice. No problems at all. Number 9 priority looks like an F6, so we are good to go. So we can snip it and connect it and be done with it. Now we are rotating. Very good. Last but not least, we have a vacuum. Which means in F7, everything has to come out, plus the vacuum pump and the gas pump, all by themselves. Give it all a high priority again to get it done, so we can close it off, and we can call it a day. Got it done. In basically, did we start at 16 cycles? Is my memory correct on that? I think it was 16 cycles when we started. So I believe we did very well here with basically 6 cycles left over. We completed this entire build here in 10 cycles. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. Alright, let's grab the stuff out of here, specifically the plastic. Very nice. The Cinnabar ore is leaving on the top, of course, because it's being grabbed first. But the plastic is next on the agenda. And that's when we're going to turn on our thermac routine. As a matter of fact, we can do that now. It's not going to harm anything. It's not going to hurt anything. Once again, a little bit of carbon dioxide is in here. And that should be fine. Last but not least, what I'm going to do is, I think this one here was set to 200 and the other one to 250, if I'm not completely mistaken. Just want to copy those values down here to our tamer. There we are. Here. And here we're going to say above 250. Now that should be both above, I believe. From a logical perspective, that makes sense. Yes, above 250, above 250, above 200, and above -5. Exactly as it should be. Anything else that I'm forgetting that I should be aware of? No? We're building the exact same thing, just without any heavy watt wires involved at all. Very, very good. We will see how this here goes. Once we snip off this line right here, and this thing here is actually active. Okay, very good. And it looks like our liquid reservoir is basically full to the brim by us just emptying this here out. And then last but not least, I don't know which one we need to get this fossil fragment right here. I just know we want it, and if we want it, we will also most definitely get it. Let's rip all this stuff here out. We don't need it anymore. Let's reclaim our resources. That's gonna be good. And the tamer is officially done. Yeah, the tamer is officially done. That's it. That is it. One more thing that I do want to do is, for the future, eventually it will become a problem if we don't do it now, is that we want to close these here off, and the only way to get over there is to close these here off if we do something like this here. And on the other side, we can just come with a ladder that looks like that. Why not? You know what? Let's make it straight. I think straight would look... Nah, I like that. I like that. We're gonna leave it like that. There we go. Anything's accessible, everything's doable, everything's fine. And then last but not least, for good measure, to be able to go back up on the other side here as well, we're gonna put another piece of ladder right here that's not built out of shale. For the love of God. For the love of God, don't build any of this nonsense here out of shale. Please. Granite. Yes. There we go. That's what we want. And now we even have a chance of getting it done. But, Tom Smith, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Truly appreciate that. But I believe this is a very good stopping point. We have been here for about 5 hours on the dot. A little bit longer than that, 5 hours, 15 minutes. I think that is a pretty good stream length. We got a lot done. We went over to our second planetoid. We are getting in thimble reed fibers up here. Looks like we got a second one in. And slowly but steadily, they will all fill up. It's just a question of time. Our reed fibers are up to 10 units by now. So we got one from the other planetoid. I don't know how many we got from this one here. Looks like we got one out of this one right here. So it took this one here 8 tries to actually give us a seed. Well, it is what it is. Seed-wise, though, I'm going to say thimble reeds can go in there if I find them. And fiber can go in there as well. Just so we have a storage space for them once we are ready for it. But yeah, like I said, I think this is a very good stopping point for today. I think last but not least, we are going to open up our last blueprint. That makes sense. And we got the algae wedge. I think we had a red one, and I think we had a purple one, and I think we have a black one, but I don't think we have a green one. I don't think we have a green one. And now we do. But I think, again, this is a great stopping point. We got a lot done, and I appreciate all you guys who joined today. Thank you very much for your unwavering support. Truly, truly appreciate that. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.